15 years cold. The Rashaun Jones case. We're breaking down one of South Florida's most talked about cold cases, the 2006 murder of University of Miami football star Brian Pata. Pata was a 22-year-old defensive lineman from Little Haiti, one of 9 kids and a rising NFL prospect. On November 7, 2006, just hours after practice, he was shot execution style in the head outside of his apartment.
At what address? 9315, Southwest 77th Avenue.
What happened there?
Somebody got shot. The guy's on the ground. I don't know where he's bleeding from, but he's on the ground, man.
Okay, can you please stay with me on the line? Did you see what happened?
No, I did not see what happened. Nobody see what happened, man.
His wallet was full of cash and was still on his person. This looked personal. No robbery, no clear suspect. Then, ESPN's investigative reporting in 2020 helped blow the case back open. They dug through thousands of documents, sued for records access, and located witnesses. Less than a year later, in August of 2021, former teammate Rashaun Jones was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. Jones has always maintained his innocence.
And what is your position? What are you thinking?
Deep down in my heart, I know I'm innocent. So that means I got to go and try to prove my innocence.
Well, that's up to you.
Jones's first trial earlier this year ended in a mistrial after the jury deadlocked. Reportedly, 5-1 for acquittal. Now, we're heading into a retrial in September, but the case has only gotten messier. We're talking about a circumstantial evidence case with some messy layers. A controversial jailhouse witness who's popped up as a witness in other cases before. Questions about disgraced former prosecutor Michael Van Zampt and how he handled that informant. And now most recently, the lead detective is facing an internal affairs investigation over alleged biased comments on social media using burner accounts during the first trial. The state of Florida's theory is that all roads led to Jones. Motive, the timing, an eyewitness, phone records. But the defense says that after 15 years with no new evidence, this looks more like the state is just responding to pressure from the family, and that it's the product of tunnel vision. So in this series, we've got old footage, we've got trial testimony, the current motions fight over what the jury is allowed to hear, and the twists that are going to keep coming in as we approach the new trial, which we'll cover that too. We're going to lay it all out with a live stream format, with a live chat to interact and figure it out together. So here we go. Drop your thoughts in the chat or the comment section if you are on Replay Crew, and let's get into it. Hey guys, this is session 5. We're going to look at the closing arguments for the February 2026 trial that ended in a mistrial. And if you haven't heard already, a juror spoke to the media and said that the jury was split 5-1 in favor of acquittal. So the state still plans to retry, but we're going to watch the closing arguments and see the final pleas from both sides. Right before we get into that though, because the coverage on this trial has been bits and pieces, there's just chunks of testimony, and we noticed that we didn't really have much testimony from the lead detective, Juan Segovia. Kind of just saw the interview while he was sitting on the stand. I did look up a few articles that give us a little bit of context. Not very much, but a little bit. So we're going to take like 3 minutes here, breeze through some of the coverage from February 24th when Juan Segovia was on the stand, and hear a little bit about what he told the jury. So this article was from NBC Miami, NBC6. They titled it, "Why Police Waited 15 Years to Accuse Somebody in the University of Miami Football Player's Murder." And they say a detective, it's going to be Juan Segovia, with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, testified Tuesday about the evidence that stood out to him. They give some background up here that we'll skip through. On the stand, Detective Juan Segovia with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office testified that when he reviewed the case years later, several pieces of information stood out. This is a quote that he told the jury. "That type of attack, a single gunshot wound to the head, to me it was personal. The time of night, where it was, everything screamed to me personal." Prosecutors allege Jones killed out of jealousy, since Pata's career was on the rise. However, Jones, although questioned around the time of the murder, was released. But in 2020, Segovia was named lead detective on the Pata case, which had joined the more than 10,000 cold, unresolved cases in the department. Segovia testified he re-examined prior statements, learned of alleged threats Jones had made towards Pata, and analyzed phone records, among other things. Segovia said the combination of those factors led him to conclude that there was enough evidence to finally make an arrest. Prosecutors admit the case is circumstantial and hope jurors conclude from different pieces of information that Jones is guilty. So we've got a quote here from his testimony from Segovia. It was the historical previous threats he had made to the victim. Talks with the same type of firearm that killed the victim. It was the phone records. It was the identification of Mr. Connor and all the lies. So they quote some of the interrogation, which we did get to watch, but this article thought this part was worth putting in. They say Jones was taken into custody in 2021. So August 19th, 2021, when we're watching that video, is the day that he's arrested. While being interrogated by Segovia, Jones denied any involvement. You say I'm the killer? Jones said in the interrogation. Rashaun Jones didn't do it, and I will say that until the day I pass away from this earth. Over the past 4 days of trial, jurors heard from former University of Miami professor Paul Connor, who testified in a recorded interview that he saw a man near the scene shortly after hearing what he believed was a gunshot. Connor said he was about 90% sure the person he saw was Jones. During Segovia's testimony, defense attorneys moved for a mistrial after the detective referred to Jones as a liar multiple times on the stand, something the defense argued was improper and inadmissible. The judge denied the request for a mistrial. So there we go. We have some coverage that there was some mistrial fighting there. And we have a little clip. It's not much. And some of it is a repeat of what we saw. It's like a 2-minute news clip that they chop everything together. But there are like a few sentences that they're going to show us that are not part of what we heard yesterday.
Awaited murder trial in the killing of former University of Miami football player Brian Paddock continued today. Jurors heard from the lead officer who ultimately decided to arrest Rashaun Jones 15 years after the cold case went cold.
NBC6 reporter Christian Colon was inside the courtroom and joins us with the breakdown of that testimony.
A Miami-Dade jury will soon decide whether Rashaun Jones killed University of Miami defensive lineman Brian Paddock in 2006.
That type of attack, a single gunshot wound to the head, to me said it was a personal attack. At the time of the night, where it was, everything screamed to me personal.
Paddock was found shot to death in a pool of blood near his Southwest Miami-Dade apartment coming home from football practice. But the case went cold until Officer Juan Segovia says he re-examined the evidence 15 years later and found enough evidence to arrest Rashaun Jones as the killer.
It was all the historical previous threats he had made to the victim. It was the threats accompanied with the display or talk of the same type of firearm that killed the victim. It was the phone records. It was the identification of Mr. Connor and all the lies.
Jones was questioned and released around the time of the murder, but more than a decade later, he was charged.
I want you to get it so y'all say I'm the killer. There's nobody else that could have done it. Nobody else has a motive. Rashaun Jones didn't do it, and I still admit today I passed away. Okay.
Jones says he's innocent, but former UM professor Paul Connor told jurors he saw Jones near the crime scene.
At what point did you see something else?
I saw a gentleman approaching the gate, maybe 15 or 20 seconds after I heard the bang.
However, Connor, who testified in a video recording, stated he was only 90% sure that person was Jones.
Height, physique, but how many other situations in the world? A lot. Okay, leaving the scene where Brian Paddock was just shot and killed? Not many. So how can it be Rashaun?
There was a little bit, just you get a bit more of the vibe of Juan Segovia on the stand. And there was a little bit more in a different article. And again, what really sucks is I would imagine he was on the stand for over an hour outside of that interrogation. He's the lead detective. But we really only have a few sentences in these articles because that portion of the trial isn't available as a video anywhere. So here we have a little bit more from the Miami Herald. They say Jones was arrested on a second degree murder charge in 2021. Well, his arrest was actually for first degree murder, but then when they put through the indictment, then it was only for second degree murder. That's what Michael Van Zandt signed off on. And then he pled not guilty. Segovia hinted at a motive, bad blood, and there was objections to this. between Pata and Jones, now 40, and a former teammate of Pata in the early 2000s. They asked questions, and it's the way that this article got all chopped up. But he was asked questions about how ESPN had contacted him about its investigation into Pata's murder. They say that Jones' arrest came after ESPN published the investigative piece that we've talked about. At one point, Jones said, "I had nothing to do with Brian Pata's murder. I have nothing to hide." During cross-examination, defense attorney Christian Maroni asked Segovia about several other suspects who were ruled out but not thoroughly vetted. Segovia said he learned, after Jones's arrest, that a potential suspect was ruled out because a previous detective mistakenly believed he was in jail at the time of the murder. So, if you guys have watched the other sessions with us, as we've gone through some of this information, especially what's reported in the articles, it was reported, and the articles were relying on some of the case files, that potential suspect was ruled out. They believed he was in jail at the time of the murder. And then we saw the journalists over at ESPN question. They said, hey, we looked through some of the records and we looked up the corrections facilities and we can't find a record that he was in custody at this time. So Christian Maroni actually pressed Segovia about this and got, some context, a correction, some clarification from Segovia that, yeah, it was a mistake. Maybe that guy should not have actually been ruled out. Because he was only ruled out because they felt like he was in custody, which means he couldn't have been out doing the crime. But that just wasn't true. So, not good. And I really wish we could watch this go down, but this is all we've got. They say the detective also testified about fingerprints lifted from Pata's car that were a match to a person who was ruled out as a suspect, which makes sense if he was giving people rides home. But this next line got under my skin. Segovia opined. He said that there was nothing viable indicating that someone aside from Jones was responsible for Pata's killing. So Segovia is allowed to say this on the stand. But the state had all these motions in limine granted where the defense can't get into alternate suspects, not just general gang climate that can't prove relevance necessarily to anybody involved here, but the fight, they can't get into too many of the specifics of the Club Life fight, where apparently a Haitian gang was fighting, and Willie Williams, who was with Brian Pata that night, and apparently his brother was there, Willie Williams' brother gets cut up real bad. And then they get this mysterious phone call where some guy tells Willie that there's a hit on him and Brian. And this is all like right before Brian. It's much closer in time than any of these dorm room fights or locker room fights. But you have this detective on the stand telling the jury that there's nothing viable. Meanwhile, the defense is hamstrung in being able to present alternate suspect information, alternate theories. And I really think that that's an unfair trial. That is railroading. So I know it's a tiny line, and I know we can't watch it, but I thought this line was really important. And then we've got Segovia also detailed his interactions with the only eyewitness in the case, Paul Connor, a former University of Miami professor. Again, someone that says he went to these football games and kept up with the players, so he'd have familiarity with what some of these players would look like. But he's the only eyewitness in the case. He doesn't witness the crime itself. His name is Paul Connor. He lived at the Colony Apartments where Brian Pata lived and where this shooting occurred. Connor's testimony, which was recorded, it was perpetuated from his Arthur hearing testimony, was played for the jury. He's 81 now. He testified that he heard the pop of a gunshot and saw a man emerge from the direction of the sound. Connor picked Jones out of 2 police photo lineups on 2 different occasions, once after the murder. And I think this is so misleading. And I saw another article saying that he picked Jones up out of a photo lineup in 2006, which is not true. He did a composite sketch 3 days after the murder. So on November 10th, he did a composite sketch. He didn't sit and have a photo array in front of him until 7 months after the murder. But if you're just reading this coverage, where there's no cameras, there's no video footage available, you might think that, oh my God, this guy walked right into the police station. They gave him all these pictures and somehow he was able to pick out one person with good science. So that's why we're going to think it's Rashaun Jones. And I don't know what the testimony sounded like to fully criticize Miami Herald here. I don't know how it came off on the stand, how the prosecutors might have asked their questions, if the defense clarified this at all. But this is how it's being reported. And it's why I think it's so disappointing to not be able to see the full trial with cameras in the courtroom. Because that photo array was not shown to him until 7 months later. And then the one shown to him in future years was the same exact structure of layout. And the second time he was shown it, it had his notes saying 90% right under the same photograph. So that context is devoid from the reporting. So we've got his testimony was recorded in 2022 due to his age, his health crisis issues, and the COVID pandemic. In October, Miami-Dade Circuit Court Judge CRISTINA MIRANDA found that Connor was mentally unfit to testify in person at trial and allowed the recorded testimony, even though the defense attorneys will not be able to cross-examine him in front of the jury. Investigators showed Connor his first photo lineup. Oh, this is the same article. They say 2006, and they have it wrong. They say it's from 2006, and maybe that's what the prosecutor said at trial, but that is not how anything in any of the motions characterizes the order of events and procedural history here. So they say 2006, after the murder. They don't say 7 months later. They don't say 2007. Segovia said. So that's according to his testimony. Connor was instructed to focus on the individual's facial features and disregard their facial hair or hairstyle. He immediately came back to the second photo and said, this is the guy who ran past me. Connor, Segovia said, told him he was 90% sure that Jones was the man he saw running, and Connor added that he doesn't believe anything in the world is 100%. Segovia testified that he visited Connor in 2020, during which Connor recounted that he told police back in 2006. Connor bet that he could still identify the man because he remembered exactly what he looked like, even though his story has changed like 3 times. That's when Segovia showed him the lineup again to gauge how Connor's memory was doing. Connor said, once again, picked him out from Jones' photograph. So remember, there's been this, we didn't have him do an independent lineup. We just had him see if he remembered the lineup he did previously. And that's something they started to say after the defense raised motions challenging the integrity of the lineups by saying, look, it's not appropriate. You're saying you did a second lineup, a second identification, because that's how they were characterizing it. But you used the piece of paper with his handwritten notes on it. And then after that was challenged, suddenly the excuse became, well, we weren't showing him the lineup again for identification. We were just trying to see if he remembered the lineup he did the first time. So it's not an independent re-identification. They moved the goalposts. So here's some testimony. It seems like he conveyed that same goalpost warping to the jury. And then that catches us up. That's what I found for some of the testimony that we weren't able to see televised. Again, very unfortunately. And that brings us to closing arguments. Also, quick note, there was a hearing. Today is May 18th. So there was a hearing this morning. I was in the Zoom, and Judge Miranda, I was in there for the whole calendar call until they completed everybody except Rashaun Jones' case. And then she ended the Zoom. So I don't know, but there was a camera in the gallery, so I'm hoping we get some footage, and whenever we see that, we can get together and watch that. But there was a hearing today. His attorneys were there in court. I just didn't get to see the arguments because I got kicked out of the Zoom. So, but whenever we see an update, that one, it's coming. So here we go. Closing arguments. State is up first. They will get a rebuttal close as well. And this is going to be about 3 hours total. So let's buckle up. Let's go.
Thank you for your attention over the last 2 weeks. I want to take you back to the fall of 2006. Brian Pata was a senior at the University of Miami. He had everything going for him. He was about to enter the NFL draft. The season was coming to a close. He switched positions. His draft stock was rising. One of the top agents had just called him. Everything was going Brian Pata's way. He was about to make it to the NFL. His dream to buy his mom a house. Everything was just within reach. You heard that Brian Pata was a car enthusiast, a gun enthusiast. He had a girlfriend, Jada. You heard from their roommate, Dwayne Hendricks. They had a little dog together. Now, on November 7th of 2006, that dream ended because of the jealousy of this man over here, the defendant, Rashaun Jones. So on the flip side of Brian Pata, who had everything going for him at that time, we have Rashaun Jones, a star football player from Lake City, Florida. He comes to the University of Miami, where he's no longer the star. The competition level's higher, everyone's good. But here we are now in his junior year. It's now the fall of 2006. But in order to understand why Rashaun Jones would want to kill Brian Pata, we have to go back to 2004 when the defendant started at the University of Miami. The defendant came in like all the football players do in the summer. Their practices, they all start, they get to know each other, and they live in the same dorms in the summer. So the first interaction they had that was not on the football field, that was not related to practice, you heard Eric Moncor and Dave Howell tell you about what happened. So one night, Eric and Brian come back to Eric's dorm room and they go to open the door. The door is locked. The door, these are suites connected by a bathroom. Both Eric's door and his roommate's door are locked. They leave them unlocked. And he's like, okay, no one opens the door. They go upstairs to their friend Dave Howell's room. Dave comes back down with them. And as they get to the hallway door, they can like see through as they're going. They see the defendant coming out of Eric's room. They call out to him. They walk down the hall. He comes back, and now you saw the size of these guys. There are now Eric, Dave, Brian, who's bigger than Eric and Dave, who you saw walk past you, and the defendant inside this single dorm room. There's not a lot of room. So Eric, Dave, Brian, mainly Brian, asking questions. Why are you here? What were you doing? Why were you in his room? Brian is more protective of Eric's room than Eric. And this turns into a fight, a fist fight. When that fist fight ends, so Brian hits Rashaun. This is Brian, not Rashaun. Brian hits Rashaun. Rashaun leaves. And what does Rashaun do? Rashaun brings a gun into this. Says,
Objection,
you better.
statement of the testimony.
Yeah, he didn't.
You better clip up. What does clip up mean? You better go get your gun. This is not something.
The way she worded that made it sound like he left, got a gun, and came back. That is such a way to warp words.
That the players said to each other. This is not something people who are friendly say to each other. This is a threat. A threat to Brian that you better go get your gun. Dave takes Brian out of the dorms that night, and practice goes on. They all move on, or so everyone else does. So now we go to later that fall, and Dave is in the dorms. And what does Dave see the defendant with? Dave Howe sees the defendant with a small caliber, black, snub-nosed revolver. Why does he remember this? He's never seen a gun before in his life. It's imprinted in his mind. He's now seen a gun. This is the first gun he's ever seen in person. This is why Dave remembers this. And these are things that don't become important until much later. So, in the fall of 2006, Rashaun can't get out of his own way. He's not a starter on the football team. He's not dating Jada Brody. He's tested positive for marijuana for the second time, which is a big deal when you are on a scholarship and subject to NCAA and the University of Miami rules. So second time, now you can't play for 2 games. If you test positive a third time, you're done. So Rashaun now is always in trouble for stupid little things. You heard from his teammates. Showing up late to study hall, showing up late to class, not keeping his grades up, testing positive for marijuana. It's always something with Rashaun. So on November 7th of 2006, the drug test results have come in, and Rashaun is brought into a meeting where you heard from Tony Hernandez. He's brought into a meeting and told, you just failed your second drug test, here's the letter, it's all official. You are suspended for the next 2 football games. You can't practice with the team and you're not playing. You heard from them that they still have access to the sports trainers, the weight room, so they can keep working out, but they are not on the football field with the rest of their teammates. Now Rashaun is down, it's 3 strikes and you're out. This is his second strike. This is not a good day for the defendant. So he goes home to lick his wounds, think about what he's gonna do, and he goes back to his apartment. Now, when he goes back to his apartment, he changes his phone number. You've heard the testimony. He calls Verizon, or Sherry calls Verizon. Someone gets him this new phone number. You heard the defendant's own statement. Why did he get this phone number? He said because he didn't want to disappoint his mom, his grandmother, his family. He didn't want people calling him. His phone records are in evidence. Look at who he's calling. He gets this phone, and Sherry's number is highlighted in pink. Sergeant Cremasini marked who was making the phone call next to it. So the defendant calls Sherry and dials *67 to block his number. That is at 4:11. Then Sherry calls him back right after that, or an hour later at 5:07. So what we have is someone who doesn't want people to have his number, said this by his own words. First he's calling his girlfriend. First he's calling his girlfriend from a blocked number. That's not something you do. It's not on his phone records from the days before. And what do we know? He's given his phone number to his friend Bruce. Bruce is highlighted in blue here. So this first call is at 17:50 with Bruce, so 5:50. Then he talks to Sherry again at Pottery Barn at 5:57. Then we have Bruce. I want to look at these blue right here. He talks to Bruce a lot that day. Bruce is one of his best friends. He talks to Bruce at 6:34 and again at 6:41. And you can look at the columns, you can see how long they talked. 6:34. What's happening at this time? You heard from all these football players. Practice ends, they go to the showers, they change, they all head home. Bruce has called him, and what does the defendant know? He knows that practice is over, and whether Bruce specifically told him, he knows that Brian Pata is on his way home from practice. He knows exactly what time he would be heading that way. So now, there are no phone calls between 6:41 and 7:39. The only people who could have the defendant's phone number at this time, he's changed his number, are the people that he's told. So is he not getting a lot of calls during this time period? Yes. It's less than an hour. Now, you're going to go confront someone. You're going to go murder someone. I want to submit this question to you. Do you take your cell phone with you? If you do you turn your cell phone off?
Why wouldn't he get a new device?
I'm showing you states 30. Detective Segovia showed you on a map where the defendant lives at Bermuda Village, and he shows you, where Brian Pata lived at the Colony Apartments, where Brian Pata was murdered.
1.2 miles
And the
away.
distance between these two locations on foot is about 1.2 miles, just over a mile. Rashaun Jones is a college football player. He is in shape. You heard from all the players, all these practices, twice a day that they had to go through. I submit to you, in that period of time, Rashaun Jones can easily run from his apartment to the defendant's, where he can be waiting in the shadows for Brian Pata to come back from practice.
The mannequin back there is kind of awkward.
We heard from the teammates. That day at practice, Rashaun's off sulking at home. The rest of the team on the football field practicing. The defense was beating up on the offense. You heard from Eric. You know, Kareem had a hit, Brian had a hit, he had a hit. They're in a great mood. It's their coach's birthday. It's Coach Hurt's birthday. They dumped the water cooler on him. It's a Tuesday practice, full pads. They're tired, upbeat, happy. This is how practice ends. They go to the locker room. Eric told you he's still sitting there just like exhausted. Everyone else is getting out of the showers. And that's the last time he talks to his friend Brian. You heard from Brian's roommate, Dwayne. Practice has ended. They're about to go their separate ways. Brian says, I'll see you at the crib. He'll see him back at the house. He hears two freshmen call out and ask Brian for a ride back to the dorms, which is on the way. And what do we know happens next? Brian drives the freshman players back to the dorms. Dwayne drives home and stops for gas on the way. And Brian speaks to his brother, calls his brother Fentanyl on the way home. Normal conversation. Talk about cars. Brian is someone, he's a car guy. He liked to buy old cars, fix them up, put fun colors, candy color paint on these cars, and then sell them. So he customizes the cars, makes them look pretty, sells them, makes a little money on the side. So he's talking to his brother Fed about their mutual love of cars, what color he should paint his car, what are they gonna do, and Fed, his brother Fentanyl, knows he gets home. Fentanyl told you that Brian, as a car guy, installed aftermarket car accessories, aftermarket alarms, that Fentanyl thought that the delay on his car for the lights was set at a minute, so it's not a factory setting. It's an alarm, a specialty car alarm. Something that Dave also told you. Dave has now gone to another school, has transferred, but he knew how much his friend loved cars and that he used to install fun alarms on his car, like something he called a kill switch. If someone took the car and the car would just shut off. Why this becomes important later when Paul Connor sees the lights on his car. So Brian heads home, gets off the phone with his brother, gets out of the car. What happens next? We know that this is Brian Pata's black Infiniti. He pulled into his parking place, he parks his car, he gets out of the car. He locks his car. The delayed lights don't start until he hits the button and locks his car. So Brian walks around from the side of his car, down the path between his apartment building and the bushes, up towards his apartment. As he's walking, we know he got shot. How do we know he got shot there? Dr. Liu told you As soon as he was shot, he would have been incapacitated. He would have fallen to the ground. He couldn't do anything at that time. So this is where Brian Pata landed. And if you look, you can see, I know it's hard to look at these photos, so I'm showing you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 14. I'm sorry, the last was State's Exhibit 3. You can see where his body was rolled over when he got medical treatment. You can see how he fell with his head on the pavement. And you can see his cell phone, his sidekick, and they called it the chirp, both his phones, as the other players told you, just out of his hands. And his keys right next to his hand. He was headed to his apartment when he was surprised by the defendant. His sidekick. His two phones. What happens next? So the defendant, who knew when practice was over, who got a phone call, so this isn't just a guess, got a phone call from his teammate, his good friend on the team, tells him that practice is over. He's now had time to go to Brian Pata's apartment, where, as you see, Brian's car with the Pata license plate is the car on the end. There's a dumpster there. The lights for the apartment stop over on the side by the wall, the entryway. And I submit to you, the defendant was there laying in wait to confront Brian Pata when he got out of his car. Brian, suspecting nothing, is walking up towards his apartment when he's shot in the head. What does the defendant do at that time? I'm showing you State's Exhibit 2 and 1. The defendant, you can see just inside this apartment how close Brian's car was to the entry. The defendant turns and briskly leaves the apartment building. Unfortunately for him, as he exits, see there's a couple street lights right here, and you heard the testimony of Paul Connor. He passes right by Paul Connor, who was walking home from the Metro that day. Passes right by under the lights.
Objection to statement of the testimony.
Where he crosses paths with Paul Connor, gives a slight smile. Paul Connor is about to go enter the apartment complex, turns his head, and sees the defendant start to take off. Not towards the car, starts to take off the path in the direction of his apartment. Paul Connor continues to walk into the apartment complex parking lot, where Brian Pata's car, with a 48-second light delay, the lights are still on. This is why that timing is so important. Paul Connor, just before he sees the defendant, hears a pop like a cherry bomb. And then he sees the defendant. He sees him up close on the sidewalk, just outside the apartment. So there's a pop, sees the defendant, walks inside, lights are on. There's no one else around. Paul Connor doesn't even notice that Brian Pata is lying in the bush. But it makes sense. One person walks past you on the sidewalk. One person is face down on the sidewalk, hidden by a bush. Two things can be true. He can see the defendant and not see Brian. Paul Connor is the first person there, the only person there. And Paul Connor doesn't know what he's seen, doesn't know the significance, and continues to walk to his apartment. He goes to his apartment, goes to bed for the night. In the morning, sees some police tape, some media, gets to work, turns on the news, and finds out that Brian Pata's been murdered. Paul Connor puts 2 and 2 together and contacts the Miami-Dade Police Department, where he gives a full interview the day after the homicide of what he's seen. So all these area canvases, no one else comes forward, but Paul Connor comes forward immediately before they can even knock on his door and tells the police what he's seen because it's important. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 6. Now, you also heard Paul Connor testify that he was shown a lineup, and he got a good look at the defendant, and he picked him out of this lineup. He doesn't hesitate, he sees him, and he identifies the person that he saw that evening. Now, defense stood up here in opening and told you just 90%. That's true. This is a professor who did not believe in certainties. And I submit to you, that's why he wrote 90%. These photos come from law enforcement databases. The police have to use the photos they have. They can't just go take a current photo of Rashaun with the exact facial hair and haircut that Paul Connor says he has. So he also says it's 90% because the facial hair is a little different than what he saw that day. Not the facial features, not the person, that the beard was a little different. Now, Brian's roommate, Dwayne, who he referred to as Cat, was on his way home from practice too. He's a little behind Brian. He stopped for gas, but he's not much behind Brian. When he gets there, he calls 911. At the time, these were recorded on cassette tapes still by the Miami-Dade Police Department, the 911 dispatch operators. Brian's girlfriend comes down the stairs. Dwayne is so distraught he can't even remember. He just knows that she must have been there, heard the call. His own voice, he doesn't remember making it. But it's his voice, his call. He pulls up. You can see in the crime scene photos that he doesn't even pull into his parking spot. I submit to you that he's jaded with downstairs screaming, and he gets out of his car, and they both find Brian laying behind the bush. Everything can happen in a split second. So while they are there, while Dwayne is there, while Jada's there, they're calling the police. Police are starting to respond. Word is getting out to the University of Miami football players. Dwayne has called Brian's family. The word is spreading. Word spreads fast. These are teammates. But you heard Juan Navarro testify that he was in a coaches meeting. So everything is just happening, one thing right after the other. Practice ends, coaches meeting. Coaches are still in that meeting. In that meeting, they're notified that Brian Pata has been shot, and they start heading to the crime scene. So everything starts to get in motion for what is happening that night and how they're handling the situation. So 6:41 to 7:39. 7:40 p.m. Bruce Johnson calls the defendant to tell him he needs to come back to the HEC Center. Bruce, I want to remind you, Bruce is one of the defendant's best friends. They're calling their position groups, and this is how they notify everyone to come back. He told him he needed to come back. Okay, all right. Not, I'm not coming. I was kicked off the team. I don't want to be there. Nothing else like that. But they talk again 2 minutes later. They talk again 6 minutes after the first call. Again, 9 minutes after the first call. They're talking a lot. And right after Bruce has now told the defendant, and you heard it from Bruce's mouth, Brian Pat has been either shot or murdered. I'm not sure what they knew right at that second. You need to get back here. Who does Rashaun call? He calls Sherry with *67, a blocked number. He calls her at 7:43. This is about 43 minutes after Brian has been found by Dwayne and Jada. And you can listen to the 911 call and get that exact time of when they called the police. 43 minutes later, he talks to Sherry. Remember that, because I want you to think back to Sherry's testimony. Sherry is sitting up here saying she's frantic because she can't reach Rashaun. Where is he? Is he hurt? This is only minutes after the word is getting out to the football team. The word is getting out to the community that Brian Pata's been murdered. Minutes later, minutes after a teammate gets a call. You think that the teammates are already calling Sherry? Use your common sense. It's not like they were called the second that Dwayne called the police.
Sherry had a brother on the team and also knew some of the players before she became friends with and then started dating Rashaun. So why would it be weird if other players are calling her?
And he called from he blocked the phone number. Why would you call your girlfriend from a blocked number? Now, cell sites were not very prevalent back then. People didn't know exactly phone records. We weren't getting phone records for everything. You get call logs. If you looked at someone's cell phone, you wouldn't know who called them. If that's what you're thinking, not thinking phone companies keep records. Or maybe you do know that the phone companies keep records. You pull up your bill online and see who you called. But you think, oh, if I block the call, no one's going to know. No one's going to know who I called. So that call between Sherry and the defendant is from a blocked number. And they don't talk again till 8:26. And then look at all of this later in the night. Two people who aren't talking, who are frantic, are talking continuously. The records speak for themselves. And in between, he's talking to Bruce again. But I think most importantly, Bruce knew that Rashaun had been suspended. This is one of his best friends, of course. I'm not going to be at practice. I've been suspended again. I messed up. And then he's calling him after practice. Called him about Brian. Now he's calling him at 9:13 during the team meeting. Rashaun's the only one not there. Bruce tells you. It is undisputed. Everyone at that meeting tells you that the defendant was the only player not there. Some of them just noticed he wasn't there. Some of them defendant can't say anyone else wasn't there. And Chief Hudak took the stand and told you that Rashaun, attendance had been taken and Rashaun was the only one not there. The coaches noticed. So initially you're noticing because from a coach perspective, we want to make sure all the players are accounted for. We want to make sure that they have counseling. We want to make sure they're safe. So the coaches do notice. This isn't just some random detail. And then the players notice. You sit with your position group. He wasn't there. So the coincidences start to build up. And that is something the police recognized from the beginning. So you heard from the officers in the case. As a homicide, the 911 call goes out, officers are dispatched to the scene. You heard from now Sergeant Perua, who was a new officer at the time. This was his first homicide. They're not a lot in Kendall, so they bring in all the training units. There were a lot of officers there. Not because of who was murdered, but just because as a training mechanism, they all respond. So he responds to the scene, he remembers the scene. And they treat this as they do every scene. You secure the scene, you secure the evidence, you separate the witnesses. Homicide responds. Homicide does area canvasses. They want to see if there's anyone who knows anything. They want to see if there's any video. They want to spread out. They want to look for casings. And they did. And there were no casings found at this scene. And what else does homicide want to do? They want to interview everyone while their memories are fresh. So Sergeant Hatz has told you he was new at homicide at the time, and he responded to the scene, and then he was told to respond to the HEC Center, the University of Miami Athletic Center, where the football players as well as other athletes train. So he goes there. Lieutenant Hellman told you he goes there, and their purpose is to interview players, start interviewing people that night, anyone with knowledge. Now, can they interview all 105 players on the team that night? No, they would have been there for days, especially just a couple of them. But Coach Kolker, in the meeting, anyone with anything thinks they may know anything, let's start with those players who might know something and bring them to this attention. So they start off, they start interviewing players, they coordinate to be able to go through the whole football team over the coming days and weeks. Now, while they're there, what happens? Once again, let's look at the phone records. Mike Sanders has a good friend on the football team, Khalil Jones. He was with him that night. They were on their way to dinner when his roommate, or friend, sorry, Khalil gets a phone call saying that Brian was shot and they all need to go back to the HEC Center. So they go back to the HEC Center, Khalil goes to the meeting. Mike Sanders told you he was on the baseball team. He's an athlete, he's not a football player. So while he goes back to Khalil's apartment on the other side of campus, and he's watching news footage of what's happening. 22:04, 10:04, the defendant calls Mike Sanders. The other football players are at the HEC Center in a meeting, and the defendant chooses to call Mike Sanders asking him for money. Think about that timing. Mike doesn't remember him ever asking for money before. Also, Mike's sitting there, thinks this is strange, and what does he do? He thinks this is so strange that he immediately takes himself and goes to the HEC Center. There's a second call at 10:25. Mike doesn't remember making that call, but that's now Mike calling the defendant back. I submit to you that he's now at the HEC Center. He goes, he speaks to Coach Kolker. Coach Kolker says, oh, let's speak to the police. And then he speaks to Lieutenant Hellman. And he tells Lieutenant Hellman that he just...
That's not an evidence.
He speaks to Hellman, not Houses, right? Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, he speaks to Lieutenant Hellman. And Lieutenant Hellman sat here and told you that he spoke to Mike Sanders. So Mike Sanders immediately speaks to the coaches, speaks to the police, tells them that Rashaun, the defendant, has called him and asked for money. Money at a time shortly after Brian Pata's death, while the rest of the players are all in a team meeting. Someone he has not asked for money before. And the records confirm this. And I'll come back to the defendant's statement, but think about what the defendant said to Detective Segovia. Mike Sanders, I barely remember Mike Sanders. It would be a lie if Mike Sanders said I called him asking for money. Mike Sanders went immediately after that phone call and reported it. Now, let's talk about Sherry Abramson, the defendant's girlfriend, who cared about him so much, she bought a car in his name, got a cell phone that afternoon registered to her house, And someone in 2007, the defendant didn't want to talk to the police without him being present. Now, think about this. Sherry was not a player. She was not friends with Brian. Her connection to this investigation is the defendant. Sherry sat here and told you what she remembered from that night. The problem is, her phone records and Rashaun's phone records show she lied. They don't add up to what she told the police back in 2007, and they don't add up to what she told you here today. What did Sherry tell you? I just remind you what Sherry told you. Sherry told you that she was working at Pottery Barn. Okay, that part's consistent. There's a call from Pottery Barn. But as she's leaving work, she gets a call from one of the defendant's friends on the football team, Willie Cooper. Willie Cooper called her and said they were frantically looking for Rashaun and they couldn't reach them.
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
So let's look at that timing. And Sherry's records are in evidence too. She spoke to Rashaun at 7:43, right after Bruce made the phone call to come to the Heck Center. Right after Bruce told the defendant that Brian Pata had been shot. How are all these people not able to reach him and are frantically calling in that short couple minute period of time? So she told you, she sits up here, she told you, she told the police, she's frantically calling coaches. And she does call a coach. She calls Coach Swayze.
Objection. Facts not in evidence. Mischaracterization is the evidence.
And she tells you that she calls Bruce's family, that she is just worried sick, but she's already spoken to him. She knew exactly where he was. She knew he was safe. So why is she so worried? Or why is she telling you that she's making all these phone calls and she doesn't know where he is? She also tells you she left Pottery Barn and she went back to Miami Beach where she lives. She got home sometime after 8:30, 8:39. That's consistent with her records. You heard from Sergeant Cremasini that about the records on the beach. Now, what about Rashaun's records? She says that he came there shortly after too. And in his own statement, he says he went over to Sherry's right after, probably 8:39. He doesn't go to Miami Beach then. Also, if he's with Sherry, why are you calling someone so many times that you're with? I want you to think about that too. So these calls going to, he ends up, he's calling her 10:26, 10:34, 10:34, 10:34, 11:06, 11:15, 11:19, 11:41, 1:12, 1:14. When you're with someone, you're not calling them nonstop. Use your common sense. It doesn't add up. The statements, the evidence in front of you that doesn't add up comes from Sherry Abramson and the defendant's own mouth. What else did she tell tell the investigators? She told Detective Diaz that she was worried that the defendant was going to be blamed for this. Why is that her first thought? The defendant is going to be blamed for Brian's murder. They were teammates. They weren't close, but so if they weren't close, and this isn't someone they really have issues with, why would you be blamed? Why would you be the one? This projectile came from Brian Pata. Dr. Liu recovered this projectile, which George Hertel showed you, from Brian Pata's head. George Hertel took the stand and he told you how he had no weapon to match this to. If he did, he would be able to make a comparison. But what he was able to tell you about the possible weapons that fired this .38 caliber projectile. He told you in his opinion, his expert opinion, that it was from a revolver. Likely, in his opinion, a .38. And there are a number of different firearms it could be, and a lot of them look the same. And why is it a .38 revolver? This is a lead projectile. It didn't have a jacket, it didn't have something on top. If this was fired from a semi-automatic firearm, it would leave residue over time. It would damage the gun. So this is the type of ammunition you buy for a revolver. The lands and grooves, and I think it's canulas, that are left on the projectile, the markings that are here, are consistent with that of a revolver. And he even showed you what one of the weapons would look like that matched these characteristics. Now think back to what Dave told you he saw in the defendant's own hands. That description, a short chamber, snub nose is what he called it, a black snub-nosed revolver. And he knew it was a revolver because he grew up watching Westerns with his brothers. He sees that gun in the dorms, and then later, years later, the defendant says, "Hey big bro, I got a .38 on me." He's bragging about having a .38, which is consistent with what Dave Howell saw. And Kareem Brown was even confronted with, how did you know what he was talking about? He wears number 38. 38, and he has a .38. He knew because around the locker room, the defendant would brag about having a .38. So there was no mistake that he was talking about his firearm. Now let's go back to the defendant's statement. And you'll have a chance to take that evidence back and watch it. So the defendant told Detective Segovia that he had an up and down relationship with Brian Pata, that it started with jealousy over females. So the main female there was Jada Brody, someone that the defendant had first dated and now was Brian Pata's serious girlfriend. He told them that they had an altercation in the dorm. The altercation that you heard about from Dave Howell and Eric Moncourt. So altercation consistent. They had issues. They had issues over Jada. You heard from all the players on the team. What were the issues between them? They didn't like each other. Yes, they could play as teammates, but the underlying simmering issue was over girls, over a girl. The girl that Brian had. Now, the defendant says he didn't own a gun. But this is something that's dating back to 2004, where he is threatening Brian Pata to go clip up with a gun. He is then later showing Dave Howell a gun. And later after that, he's bragging about this .38 to Kareem. I submit to you, he had a gun. He had a gun in college, and the gun he had is the same one he used to kill Brian Pata. He remembers November 7th. That makes sense. You'd remember one of the worst days of your life. You test positive, your future's unsure. You think that you're gonna make this football career work, but you keep messing up. You don't have the girl, you're gonna get kicked off the team, you can't play in games, you're already not starting. Things are not going your way. And then it all just boils over. And he made a mistake. But that mistake was fatal to Brian Pata. The defendant tells you in his statement, tells Detective Segovia, that Bruce called after practice to say that Brian was dead. That phone call that we have here at 6:34. Or sorry, I'm pointing the wrong one. Sorry, 7:40. 6:34 was when practice got over. He told him he had a mandatory meeting. So Rashaun tells you he knew he had this mandatory meeting, and then he spoke to Sherry. Guess what? It's consistent with his records, but it's not consistent with Sherry. And then he went to Sherry's house at 8:30 or 9. He didn't speak to anyone else other than Bruce or Sherry. The green. Do you remember the green that Sergeant Cremasini just highlighted? That's his home. The people he didn't want to disappoint. The people he told Detective Segovia he didn't want to have his number. And he told you that he barely remembers Mike Sanders. And that it would be a lie if he called him to ask him for money. Sherry had money. Sherry was already paying for things. But he called Mike Sanders. Detective Segovia also gave him an out. He asked him if he was in the area. Maybe he went for a run to clear his head. He wasn't at practice, and he just wanted to clear his head from the bad day he had. He told him no, he hadn't done that. He couldn't provide any reason why Paul Connor would have seen him. Right outside of where Brian's body was. The judge is going to read you some instructions at the end of closing. So one of these instructions is on eyewitness identification. So one of the things you consider is the capacity and opportunity of the witness to observe the offender based on the length of time, the conditions, lighting, and distance. These are two people who crossed each other on a sidewalk with streetlights. Whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. This is the second lineup Paul Connor was shown. The first lineup, he takes his time, looks at it and says, no, I don't recognize anyone. Second lineup, he gets the defendant's picture and stops. He continues to look at the rest and then tells Detective Segovia and Detective Dominguez that that's the person he saw. Now, you're also taking into account the circumstances under which the defendant was presented to the eyewitness. Detective Segovia testified to that. Paul Connor was in his house and they presented him with the lineup. There are no inconsistent identifications. Any instance in which the eyewitness did not make an identification when given the opportunity to do so, that's referring to if he'd been shown multiple lineups with Rashaun's picture, with the defendant's picture. He was not. This is the only time. And the first time he immediately IDs him and he still remembers that years later. The witness's familiarity with the subject. You heard from Detective Segovia. He went and pulled Paul Connor's class schedule at the University of Miami. We looked at Rashaun's transcript to see exactly which professors he took. He did not take his class. This is not someone whose class he took. Rashaun Jones is not a starting football player. There are 100 players on the University of Miami football team. We have their names, their stats, their photos. There's no evidence that he knew who Rashaun was. He wasn't a starter. This isn't someone who was born and raised in Miami, where the University of Miami was their favorite football team. They have every single number memorized. This is someone from out of state who worked there for a couple years, didn't go to football games, sees them on TV, wearing, football players dressed in their helmets. This isn't the quarterback where the TV zooms in on them, mainly on the sidelines. Not a star player. This is not Brian Pata. It's not Kareem Brown. Dwayne Hendricks. Not someone going to the pros. This is not someone he knew. This is someone he recognized from crossing paths that night and stuck out in his memory, because that very next day, He realizes the importance of what he saw. So you can go through, and there are a couple others on here as well, whether the lapse of time, whether they're of different races, and the totality of the circumstances. You'll also be given the instruction for second-degree murder. So as we went over in jury section, the state has elements that the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Brian Pata is dead. Dr. Liu testified and told you how he died. The single gunshot wound to the head incapacitated him, and he immediately fell there on the ground. The death was caused by the criminal act of Rashaun Jones. That criminal act is the act of pulling the trigger, of shooting him. 3, the third element, there was an unlawful killing of Brian Pata by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. So what is a depraved mind? And what is an act that is imminently dangerous? So an act that is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind is an act or a series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill. So I submit to you, pulling the trigger and shooting someone in the head is an act that's reasonably certain to kill them or do serious bodily injury, and is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. So that ill will, hatred, spite, and evil intent had been boiling. It had been simmering under the surface for 2 years, over 2 years. And that act is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Shooting someone is an indifference to human life. But that ill will, hatred, spite, evil intent, that's what has been simmering under the surface. Brian has everything that the defendant wants, and he chooses to let jealousy overtake him and kill Brian Pata. We talked a little bit about puzzles. And how the state is going to prove everything together beyond a reasonable doubt. So you're also going to be read an instruction on reasonable doubt. Now, the judge will read this to you. It is proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. How do you have all doubt? If you see something with your own eyes. So, not proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt, though, is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Could've, maybe was something different. That's not reasonable. That's not a reasonable doubt. So, such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. Everything in this case adds up and points to the defendant. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having one, it's one which wavers and vacillates, it's not proof beyond every reasonable doubt, and you find the defendant not guilty because it's reasonable. So, a reasonable doubt is not any doubt. We don't have all doubt. So let's go back through those pieces of the puzzle that show the defendant's guilty. Starting in 2004, he threatens Brian Pata and tells him to clip up. The issues, Brian starts dating Jada. They were celebrating their 1-year anniversary the night before Brian was killed. Now you heard that once Brian is dating Jada, that she's the constant source of tension between them. This hadn't gone away.
This characterization of the testimony facts, not an evidence.
The issues they have with each other. They don't talk to each other. Anything that gets between them, the locker room knows. Their friends know. It's over Jada. All the players mentioned this. Everyone who testified, they knew this. And Dave told you he actually saw that. So Dave sees the fight in the dorm room, and then Dave sees another instance where Jada comes to tell Brian something Rashaun's done, and they go at it and get into a fight. So that's later. This is ongoing. This is leading all the way up. And you heard that even in November, there were still, October, just before, this happens November 7th, that there are still issues between Rashaun and Brian over Jada. So these haven't stopped. This isn't something far in the past. It's ongoing the whole time. The defendant had a gun. He had a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber that was used to kill Brian. And a revolver doesn't leave casings, and there were no casings found at the scene. The defendant is the only one who wasn't at that meeting. And while he's at the meeting, he's calling Mike Sanders and asking for money. It's odd. He hadn't asked before. Defense stood up here in openings and told you that he's college broke. College broke, a girlfriend who pays for a cell phone, car, but he's on a full scholarship, athletic scholarship to University of Miami, room, board, tuition, girlfriend paying for extra stuff, and he's calling this other guy asking for money during the mandatory team meeting that he's the only one who's not there. And then you have his phone records. Take your time, go through them, see why they don't add up. Why is he calling? Ask yourself, why is he calling his girlfriend from a blocked number? Why is his girlfriend calling him back and blocking her number? Why are there calls with Sherry when Sherry is frantically looking for him? Why is he not at her apartment when he says he's at her apartment and she says he's at his apartment? Why are they not concerned over his teammate who's been shot, but rather, oh, my future at the University of Miami? Yeah, you may start the day where that's the worst thing that happened to you, but now someone's dead. It's not a concern to them. And then, the last piece of the puzzle that he can't explain, Paul Connor sees him leaving the scene of the crime seconds. And we know it's seconds because we know that we had 48 seconds from the time that car was locked for this to happen, and Paul Connor sees him crossing paths after he's murdered Brian and walks in and the lights are still on. So we know how close in time the defendant is to there, and he cannot explain why he's there.
Objection, burden shifting.
Detective Segovia asked him multiple times. Any reason? No? No? Okay. The defense wants you to believe that the defendant is the unluckiest person alive. That all the evidence in the case, the detectives interviewed over 150 witnesses. They speak to the entire football team. They speak to girlfriends. They speak to friends in the dorm. They speak to family members. They follow up on leads. They fly across the country. They're interviewing former teammates. They're following up on other leads. They're getting tips from psychics. They are following up on everything. And what happens? Every detail keeps coming back to the defendant. There is no statute of limitations for homicide.
This is such a gross misrepresentation.
Not a doubt. If you say the defendant is guilty, he's the one who killed Brian Padda, but he wasn't arrested for 15 years. That is not a reasonable doubt. That is not something that you can take into consideration. The question is, has the state proved the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt? So if you are thinking of time, set that aside. That is not a reasonable doubt. Everything adds up to one individual, and that is the defendant. So at the end, you'll be provided with a verdict form. You should check the box. The defendant is guilty of second-degree murder. Then you must go down and answer some additional questions. Did the defendant actually possess a firearm in the course of committing the second-degree murder? You should answer yes. Did he discharge a firearm in the course of committing it? Yes. And did the discharge cause death? You should check the box yes. There is only one verdict that makes sense, and that is that the defendant, Rashaun Jones, is guilty of the homicide of Brian Padda.
All right, defense closing. How did you guys feel about that state's closing? I mean, even though the jury is in a bit of a bubble, they didn't get to go through the docket and see what happened outside of whatever was presented to them. I still think there are gross misrepresentations, and I think it's really unfortunate. I think this is a great example of, even though I understand the basis for certain things not being admissible typically, like character evidence of the victim, alternative suspects. You can't just point the finger at somebody without having good cause to do so. But the idea that we can't talk about the initial issues with the investigation for the first 15 years and the decision to pivot. Every time the state had made an objection about that, it was sustained. And all of the motions in limine before trial on those issues that the state wanted, they were granted in their favor. Things like the gang evidence. I get why it might not be relevant to talk about generally. There's gang activity, so anyone in a gang could have shot somebody in this time period. But the idea that we pare down in a way that favors the state these statements after the dorm room fights, where we're only saying, oh, he said you better clip up, but we're removing the completeness of the context of that, where we heard during pretrial testimony from the same witnesses, Dave Howell said, you better call your Zos and clip up. And to not bring in any information about the Zos, which is a general term, but in the context, it could be call your people that would come, be prepared to stick up for you. It's eliminating and constraining the defense from getting into a possible theory of defense, namely that if Brian Pata and or someone around Brian Pata indirectly was involved with something where someone might be wanting to get some get back because of something he was involved in, especially when we have the state trying to draw inferences that the cars that Sherry and Rashaun had were beyond their means, hoping that the jury would draw the inference that Rashaun must be involved in something illicit, and that Sherry is complicit in it, knows about it, doesn't care because she gets to have these nice cars. That stuff's admissible against defendants, but yet we can't do the same thing when the defendant might have a viable theory of defense to rely on. And all in the context that we know outside of court, if you followed along with the pretrial motions, that there was a gang brawl at a club right before this happened, that Brian Pata was present at with Willie Williams and Willie Williams' brother. Willie Williams' brother gets cut up. And then they get this phone call that there's a hit on Brian and Willie. And the jury doesn't know any of that context. And I think it's actually, quite frankly, incredible that they come back with a split of 5-1 in favor of acquittal with how much I think the defense was constrained on. And that's only a fraction of it. This idea that we can't even get into the slightest thing that could go to show somebody's, not the only one someone should have had eyes on. But then you have the state bolstering and saying, we eliminated every other possible lead. There were no other viable possible leads. He was always a suspect. That contradicts the statements of the detectives from 2006 through 2020. And yet the state is allowed to argue it in closing when it's contradicted by the record. How do you win? What if you were innocent and you were falsely accused like this? And that's the context surrounding your case, but that prosecutor gets to make those arguments about you. I don't think it's right.
May I proceed, Judge? Members of the jury, the first thing that Ms. Alvarez told you whenever she got up here and spoke to you in her opening statement was that two things can be true at once. And that remains true now like it was then. The death of Brian Pata was an absolute tragedy. Rashaun Jones is not responsible. That's what the evidence in this case has shown. The government has tried to take innocent facts that do not equal murder, and build it up and turn it into something that it was not. We sit here today in court 20 years later as they try to take information that they've had and put it in an order where it makes sense. And they've failed. They have not met their burden because they cannot meet their burden. What happened on November 7th of 2006? The government's evidence hasn't shown what happened. Nobody knows what happened to Brian Pata on November 7th of 2006. But we know what did not happen. Rashaun Jones was not at the Colony Apartments. Rashaun Jones did not shoot him. Rashaun Jones had nothing to do with his death. Rashaun Jones failed a drug test. He went home. He was at home at the time that Brian Padda was killed, and then he didn't go to the meeting. He didn't go to the team meeting because he was suspended. He didn't want to be around the team that he had just got suspended from. He was embarrassed. He didn't want to be around it, and he chose not to go. There wasn't a coach that called him to tell him he had to be there. Bruce Johnson called him to tell him about the meeting, and he made the decision not to go. And because he didn't go to that meeting, we're here. That one choice has snowballed out of control to where an arrest hadn't been made in 15 years, and all of a sudden now we go back. We look at the one person who didn't go to that meeting for a completely innocent reason and try to paint this picture, try to use all of these innocent facts to turn it into a murder. The law does not permit that. The evidence in this case has not proven beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt that Mr. Jones is responsible. And the evidence has not met that burden because it cannot meet that burden, because Rashaun Jones is innocent. And in a minute, you're going to hear some instructions from Judge Miranda. She's going to tell you about the burden that has to be met in this case. And Ms. Jones-Peabody spoke about it a little bit whenever she was talking to you in voir dire. It has to be an abiding conviction, something that sticks with you today, tomorrow, next week, next month, next year. Something to where you lay your head on that pillow, you feel comfortable with your decision. You're not wondering about, it doesn't come back, you don't think about it. That's not what the evidence in this case has done. And I want to talk about the evidence in this case. I want to get directly into it, and I want to start with Paul Connor. Paul Connor, you heard his testimony played over a video. He was shown a lineup. He selected Rashaun Jones's photograph out of that. But let's talk about the actual interaction between Paul Connor and this person that he saw. Paul Connor testified that he saw this person for 1 to 2 seconds. Paul Connor testified that his vision is 20/40 without his glasses on and 20/30 with his glasses on. Paul Connor testified that he could not say whether or not he actually was wearing his glasses at the time. Paul Connor testified that his vision is so bad it falls below the requirements to drive in Florida unless there's a special designation on his license saying he has to wear his glasses to be able to drive. Paul Connor said that he is nearsighted and he's farsighted. He has to wear glasses for distance and he has to wear reading glasses up close. Paul Connor told you that when he observed this person, they were walking past each other. Again, 1 to 2 seconds of interaction. Paul Connor testified that this occurred at night. Paul Connor testified that there are no streetlights on 77th Avenue. Paul Connor testified that he was shown some photographs in his testimony. He was asked where it was whenever he observed this person, and he pointed here, right near the entrance of the Colony Apartments. And now the government wants to talk about these lights way back here at this other entrance for this other apartment complex, but Paul Connor makes it very, very clear that this is where he was when he observed this person, and then he walks into the parking lot, and the person walks past him. That's where he observes him, right there in the Colony Apartments, not near those lights. There's no shopping center across the street. We see that on this map, the map that the government has shown. This is the apartment complex. This is the shopping center on 88th Street. This is, Detective Segovia said 1 block, but we're talking 1 block, 2 block, at least 2.5 blocks up. That's not illuminating this area. You can see how dark it is on some of the crime scene photographs as well. This is a photograph. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 13. A photograph showing horizontally, parallel with that entrance. You don't see a single light here. Detective Patz has told you that these photographs were taken with a flash. The only light that you see in this photograph is a flash. And then we see this picture, also State's Exhibit 13. This is a parking lot facing the entrance. You see how dark this is, and there's this one globe light. The only light there at that entrance. And what did Dwayne Hendricks say about this one globe light? Well, first of all, in his 911 call, he says, "It's black out here. I can't see anything. It's black out here. I can't see anything." And then when the government got back up to ask him questions during his redirect examination, they wanted to try and establish that the area where he was dark, but the parking lot was well lit. And what did he say? There was one light by the entrance. It was supposed to be well lit, but it wasn't. That was his exact testimony. It was supposed to be well lit, but it wasn't. This was a dark area, and he observed this person for 1 to 2 seconds without his glasses on, and he has 20/40 vision. Ultimately, during Paul Connor's testimony, he admits everything. He says, the question is, so you saw this person for 1 to 2 seconds without your glasses on, and it was dark outside. He says, yes, yes, yes. Not only that, not only were the conditions that he saw this person in bad, not good for a reasonable, reliable identification. And that's one of the things that you are going to be instructed. You're going to be instructed to consider certain factors when you're determining the credibility of an eyewitness identification or selection. And one of them is the capacity and the opportunity of the eyewitness to observe the offender based on the length of time of observation and conditions at the time of observation, including lighting and distance. So all of those factors I just discussed, you're going to be specifically instructed to consider those. Not only that, not only were the conditions poor, but the time between whenever he saw this person and the actual being shown the lineup was 7.5 months. 7.5 months. Members of the jury, if you saw a person for 1 to 2 seconds at night and you were asked to accurately pick a photograph of them 7.5 months later, would you be able to do it? Would you be able to do that? Especially when Paul Connor says that he didn't think anything of it at the time. He didn't realize anything was wrong until the next day. Later in the afternoon that day, whenever he gets to his office and sees the news. That's the first time he realized anything was happening. So he crosses paths with this person at night without his glasses on for 1 to 2 seconds. Isn't anything that sticks out in his mind. It's not something that he immediately thought was something that he should remember. But then 7.5 months, he's able to accurately pick this person out of an identification? No. Nobody could do that. Another factor that you're going to be instructed to consider is whether the identification, the selection was cross-racial. Whether the person selected and the witness are of different races. Why? Because it's difficult to identify someone of a different race. That's what the science has shown. That's what the law says.
Okay,
Paul Connor.
As to the science, can we just write?
Okay, sustained as to the science comment, please disregard.
The law asks you to consider it. There's a reason that the law asked you to consider the races of the two individuals and whether it's cross-racial. There's a reason for that. Paul Connor is a white man from Kentucky who's been in Miami for 3 years, and Rashaun Jones is a black male. That's something that you're going to be instructed to consider. You're also going to be instructed to consider whether the identification was the product of the eyewitness's own recollection or was the result of influence or suggestiveness. What you heard about the lineup and the administration of that lineup in 2007 was that Detective Dominguez was aware of who the individuals in that lineup were. That lineup isn't recorded. The procedure is not recorded. We don't know what was said. We don't know what was done. We don't know what body language was used by Detective Dominguez. We don't know if there was anything that might have suggested the identity of the person in that lineup. Let's also take a look at the lineup that included Mr. Jones and compare it with the lineup that included the other individual, the other suspect. Do we see a difference between these two lineups? Do we see a difference in the lighting and the quality of the pictures and the details that you can see in this one versus the one that included Rashaun Jones? Rashaun Jones' picture in this lineup
It really is bad.
a black blur. There's a shadow around his chin, there's a shadow around the sides of his face. You can barely see any of the facial details. There's a dark background that sticks out. His background is darker than the background of the other individuals in these photographs. He's the darkest one. He stands out because of the background and because of the quality of that picture. That's suggestive in and of itself. Plus, we don't know what was said by Detective Dominguez or done by Detective Dominguez whenever he showed that to him.
Which sentence are we looking at? What did the judge with the lineup?
Lineups. Do we see a difference in the lighting and the quality of the pictures and the details
It's
that
a
you
major
can see in this
difference.
one versus the one that included Rashaun Jones? Rashaun Jones' picture in this lineup is a black blur. There's a shadow around his chin, there's a shadow around the sides of his face. You can barely see any of the facial details.
And this was 7 months later.
There's a dark background that sticks out. His background is darker than the background of the other individuals in these photographs. He's the darkest one. He stands out because of the background and because of the quality of that picture. That's suggestive in and of itself. Plus, we don't know what was said by Detective Dominguez or done by Detective Dominguez whenever he showed that to him. You heard testimony that the way they do it now is single pieces of paper. One piece of paper for each photograph. Detective Segovia testified that sometimes the photographs are larger, sometimes the photographs aren't larger, but they're each printed on their own individual piece of paper. How accurate can you be about someone's identity when you're looking at a 1 inch by 1 inch photograph of their blurry face in a shadow? You can't be. You're also, under the current procedures today, looking at one person at a time. So you're not in a situation where you're looking at a group of people and trying to pick the one that closest resembles the person who you might remember that you saw 1 to 2 seconds at night without your glasses on 7 months ago.
Okay, this is the clip that Dave is talking about where the judge makes a gesture. Oh, wait, share this tab.
That lineup isn't recorded. The procedure is not recorded. We don't know what was said. We don't know what was done. We don't know what body language was used by Detective Dominguez. We don't know if there was anything that might have suggested the identity of the person in that lineup. Let's also...
And we don't know because they didn't document anything. We just know that it was 7 months after the crime happened.
The lineup was done improperly. There was also a moment, and I think this will draw a distinction between proper and improper, between something that makes sense and something that doesn't. During Paul Connor's testimony, he's asked by the prosecutor to step down and stand in front of him and ask if he can see him clearly. What's the difference? And he says yes. What's the difference between that and the lineup and the interaction that he had with this person who ran past him or walked past him, depending on which version of his testimony you're considering? Well, the prosecutor, white male. Paul Connor, white male. They're also standing still across from each other. They're not moving. They're not walking past each other. It's in a well-lit courtroom. It's not nighttime. Paul Connor's paying attention. Paul Connor's looking him in the face. He's being asked to look directly at him in the face and say whether or not he can see him clearly. He wasn't asked to pay attention to this person who walked past him. He said he didn't even think anything of it until the next day. Another thing Paul Connor said was clean white smile. Very clear about clean white smile during his testimony. This person appeared pleasant to him and smiled at him, and he had a clean white smile. You heard from Bruce Johnson. He described Rashaun Jones' teeth in 2006 as jagged, and he said they had some color on them. And he was asked whether or not he would describe it as a clean white smile, and Bruce Johnson said no, absolutely not. His teeth were jagged, and they had color on them, not a clean white smile. That's the main thing that that's the main thing that Paul Connor recalls, was this clean white smile. That is not Rashaun Jones based on the evidence that you heard during this case. Another factor that you're going to be instructed to consider is witness familiarity with the subject identified. Now, there's this concept of subconscious transference. We've all been in a situation where someone looks familiar to us. We feel like we may have seen this.
Objection, Judge. Sustained.
Sometimes we misremember where we've seen people. If someone's face looks familiar to us, we might think they're from one place, we might think they're from work or some interaction, but they're actually from another place. You see a person's face who might be an actor or something like that. You might have think you saw them in one movie, but then it turns out to be something else. You can misapply where you've seen people and the situation. You can get it wrong. What do we know about Paul Connor? Where could he have possibly seen Rashaun Jones' face before without actually realizing it? With being in one of those situations where someone's face looks familiar, but he gets the timing wrong, gets the situation wrong, gets the context wrong. Paul Connor said he's a University of Miami football fan. Rashaun Jones was on the football team. Now the government says he wasn't a starter. He wasn't a starter. But let's think about that. If Rashaun Jones wasn't starting the majority of the time on the football team, he would be on the sideline. If he's on the sideline, he would have his helmet off. If he has his helmet off and someone's watching the football game, Paul Connor said he used his glasses when he watched the football game in his testimony because he could see better whenever he had his glasses on. You could see their face more clearly. Maybe he saw Rashaun Jones' face on the sideline at one of those football games. Paul Connor also testified that he used to look at ESPN roster photos of the football team to see if he had any football players in his classes. We know that he then saw Rashaun's roster picture. We know that he's seen it. Paul Connor was a professor at the University of Miami from 2004 to 2007. Rashaun Jones was a student and an athlete at the University of Miami from 2004 to 2007. The same period of time, 3 years. Detective Segovia told you he pulled the class schedule, he pulled the teaching schedule and Rashaun's schedule, and they were never in the same class. First of all, are either of those pieces in evidence? Are you going to trust Detective Segovia's word for that? Second of all, just because they were not in the same class doesn't mean that they didn't cross paths at the university. Detective Segovia told you that he didn't see which building Paul Connor was teaching in. He didn't see which building Rashaun had classes in. He's not sure if Paul Connor taught a class in the same building that Rashaun was taking a class with another professor. He told you he's not sure if they might have crossed paths in that building. He told you he's not sure if they might have crossed paths on their way to and from courses that Paul Connor was teaching and that Rashaun was taking. Paul Connor testified that he eats lunch in the cafeteria with the students. He mingles with the students in the cafeteria. Subconscious transference. He could have seen Rashaun.
Sustained. To strike.
He could have seen Rashaun Jones' face at any one of those points and misremembered the context. When asked to identify a person and put with a line up in front of them, he recognizes a face but misremembers where he recognized that face from. And 7.5 months after he encountered this individual for 1 to 2 seconds without his glasses at night, he made a mistake. He made a mistake. How many football games were between November of 2007 and November of 2006 and June of 2007, whenever Paul Connor made that selection in that lineup? How many football games had Paul Connor watched? How many times had him and Rashaun Jones crossed paths on the University of Miami campus? You heard testimony that after Rashaun finished his 2-game suspension, he came back. He came back to the football team. He was back on campus the next day. Let's talk about this 2020 situation where Detective Segovia talks to Paul Connor and says, hey, look at the same exact lineup that you previously saw with the people in the same exact position and tell me if you can remember making the selection. didn't change the position, didn't change the pictures, didn't use the department's new policy of putting them on a single piece of paper each and showing them separately, showed him the same exact picture. And you said, hey, do you remember this? When you're considering the factors for whether or not it's reliable, is that suggestive? Showing him the same exact set of pictures in the same exact position? 20 years later, 15 years later? And then Paul Connor testified. You heard him testify. The defense attorney asked him a question. You remembered the position of the picture you selected. And he said, if I have to be honest, then yes, I remembered the location of the picture. He was specifically asked, I wrote it down. When the detective showed you this new lineup in 2020, was Mr. Jones, where was Mr. Jones' location? It's the same. And your testimony, as you recall Mr. Jones being in the second position at the top, answer, I would have to be truthful and say yes. He remembered the position, the same exact lineup that he had seen, no change. Didn't take the time to create a new lineup with the new procedures, administer it again, give the warnings that he testified about, none of that. There's a reason why Paul Connor selected Mr. Jones' picture June 24th of 2007 and nobody made an arrest. The officers knew that this was unreliable, that this was not the type of lineup that you can put any sort of weight behind because of all the factors that we discussed. The government knew that this was not an identification, not a lineup that you can put any sort of weight behind. And it's not until 2020, after 15 years, when a new detective gets assigned to the case, all of a sudden now it becomes enough. It becomes credible. And then he shows them the same exact lineup again. Paul Connor's testimony also has a ton of conflicts in it. If you listen to his testimony, he testified that the reason he took the train that day was because his car was in the shop. Couldn't tell you what shop, couldn't tell you where the shop was, couldn't give you any details about the shop, but then also testified that the reason he found out that something had happened at the apartment complex that night was because he was driving his car out of the complex and saw police and police tape. And he's questioned about this. Well, could you be mistaken? Yes, I could be mistaken. His whole recollection is wrong. He's also misremembering when the police came and spoke to him. He's misremembering the date that's on the sketch that he did. He's certain that it was November 8th, but the sketch says November 9th. And let's talk about the sketch for a second. Does this look anything like Rashaun Jones? Does this look anything like Rashaun Jones? Nothing. Paul Connor's selection is not reliable. It is not credible. Paul Connor's selection should be taught in law schools and at police academies. It had every single mark of a false identification, every single indicator of a false.
Judge, move to strike. Move to strike, but also state the objection, move on.
You'll be instructed to consider the factors when weighing eyewitness identifications and selections. Paul Connor's selection has issues in every single category. This was a misidentification, and everybody knew it until 2021. Let's talk about the other evidence in the case. All the evidence that is completely innocent information, completely innocent behaviors that now, 20 years later, the government's trying to spin into a motive, to try and spin into a murder. We spent days days hearing about a dorm room fight in 2004. A fight that happened summer of 2004, so 2.5 years before the murder of Brian Paddock. 2.5 years. And the government's telling you that because a fight that happened 2.5 years before, Rashaun Jones went and shot him in the head because he failed a drug test? What did the witnesses who testified about that fight say? Eric Moncourt said Rashaun Jones didn't want to fight. Rashaun Jones wasn't the aggressor. He didn't want any sort of conflict with Brian Paddock. Eric Moncourt testified that he thought that everything was quashed after this. He didn't hear anything else about it. He didn't think that this was a continuing issue. He wasn't aware of any issues after this. Eric Moncourt testified that there's fights between players all the time. How many of the football players testified about the locker room dynamic and how there's fights in the locker room? It's not uncommon. It's a situation where there's a lot of alpha males, a lot of testosterone, a lot of competitive people, a lot of conflicting personalities. And this is something that happens in a locker room. There's fights. There's arguments. There's people who don't necessarily gel together, people who aren't on speaking terms, people who don't get along, people who don't hang out. And that's completely normal. Everybody testified to that. Kareem Brown testified that him and Brian Paddock used to get in arguments every single day. It's normal. There's fights. This is nothing out of the ordinary. This is a locker room dynamic for a Division I football team. A fight 2 years before is not motive. The Jada stuff. A bunch of testimony about how Rashaun and Jada might have had a thing at one point, sort of informal, and there was gossip about it. Everybody who testified about it said that there was nothing more going on once Jada and Brian Paddock started dating in fall of 2005. There might have been a conversation where Brian Paddock went and told Rashaun, hey, that's my girl now, and Rashaun said, yeah, all cool, that's fine. No issues, no further issues. There was no testimony that Rashaun was continuing to try and be with Jada or get with Jada. He had his own girlfriend in November of 2006, Sherry Abramson, who let him drive her Range Rover, and she drove a Maserati. She got him phones. She gave him money. What's he jealous for? He's not jealous. This was something in the past that, like he said in his statement, got blown out of proportion. It got exaggerated. Because when he didn't go to that meeting, when he chose not to go to that meeting because he had failed a drug test, he was down in the dumps, according to Bruce Johnson, didn't want to go. Now all of a sudden, the narratives start turning. This thing that happened 2 years ago starts coming up and gets blown out of proportion. The situation with Jada before Brian and Jada started dating gets blown out of proportion. It gets spun up and spun up. And now people are testifying 20 years later, after hearing all the coverage in this case, after being called by ESPN to discuss this case and ask these types of questions. Now they're testifying 20 years later. It's snowballed. It's not motive for murder. It's not jealousy. The government's also arguing that Brian Paddock was going to be drafted to the NFL, which is another reason why Rashaun was jealous enough to kill him. And that Rashaun wasn't getting that much playing time, which is why Rashaun was jealous enough to kill him. How many people testified who were on that team who went to the NFL? That team was full of NFL players. This wasn't unique to Brian Paddock. He was a talented football player. He was going to get drafted, but it was not a unique situation. There were a lot of people who ended up in the NFL. Bruce Johnson, the person who was closest to Rashaun, went to the NFL. There's a lot of people who went to the NFL. Brian and Rashaun didn't play the same position. It's not like they were competing for a starting job. It's not like Brian Paddock was the one who was keeping Rashaun from any playing time. Completely different positions. And all the players who came and testified told you about how the position groups ran together. The linemen were in one section of the locker room. The linemen hung out together. DBs, separated section of the locker room, far away. They hung out together. They were all in their own position groups. That's who they hung out with. There was no direct competition between Brian and Rashaun Jones. Not the type of competition that can drive someone to commit a homicide. Let's break this down. The government's theory of prosecution in this case is that Rashaun Jones failed his second drug test. Not his first drug test, where this is the first time that this has happened, and this is a new thing that he's dealing with. Not his third drug test, where he's now going to get kicked off the team. He failed his second drug test, and he misses some class sometimes, and he gets in trouble sometimes for being late to meetings. And he has such a break. He's so upset that he failed his second drug test that he shoots his teammate in the head. Does that make any sense, members of the jury? Does that make any sense at all? Let's talk about the evidence surrounding the firearm, the projectile. The government is asking you to make so many leaps, so many jumps, to link this projectile to Rashaun Jones. First of all, you have to believe that the firearms analyst was accurate in saying that this is 100% a .38 caliber bullet. He testified that he took measurements. He testified that he didn't write the measurements down, couldn't tell you what the measurements were, but knows that he took the measurements and it was consistent, but he couldn't tell you what they were. He talked about how damaged the bullet was and how he took measurements off of a damaged bullet, was able to say it was a .38 caliber. So first you have to believe that the projectile was a .38 caliber. Then the next leap that you have to take is that the murder weapon would have had to have been a .38 caliber, because the firearms analyst, Mr. Hertel, testified that the fire weapon very well could have been a .357 firearm. Could have been a .357 revolver, could have been a .357 semi-automatic handgun, could have been a .357 rifle, could have been a .357 Derringer. So now you have to assume that all of those were not the murder weapon. Then you have to assume that David Howell is telling the truth. And let's talk about David Howell for a second. He testified that on the stand, Rashaun showed him a gun in Patricia Dunak's dorm room, in a friend's dorm room, right? And then when Detective Segovia was being questioned, he was asked about another statement that David Howell made when he said it happened in his dorm room. So he has the places different. David Howell was also very close with Eric Moncourt. Eric Moncourt told you how close him and David Howell were. They were both linemen, and they ran around in the same group. They spoke almost every day, he said. Eric Moncourt said he never heard anything, ever, never heard anything at all, ever, about Rashaun Jones having a gun. Never heard anything about it. David Howell didn't mention it one time. And while we're here, let's talk about these locker room rumors that nobody was able to directly testify about. Just a couple witnesses, Kareem Brown and David Howell, talking about the rumors. How is it a rumor if Eric Moncourt never heard anything about a firearm? How is it a rumor if Bruce Johnson never heard anything about a firearm? How is it a rumor if Dwayne Hendricks didn't hear anything about a firearm? What did Dwayne Hendricks say when he was asked about Rashaun Jones? Rashaun Jones was always talking about girls. Rashaun Jones was always talking about girls. Didn't say anything about guns or firearms or anything like that. The only two witnesses in this case who say anything about Rashaun with a gun, which is directly contradicted by the other witnesses, both police officers now. They're both working with law enforcement. The only two witnesses who say anything about Rashaun having a gun, 20 years later. So David Howell said revolver, small caliber, could have been .38, could have been another small caliber. So now the next assumption we have to make to link this projectile to Rashaun Jones is that what David Howell saw, if he's telling the truth, was a .38 caliber. And then we have to assume that the .38 caliber David Howell saw, if he's telling the truth, was one of the brands of .38 caliber that Hertel talked about, because there were specific brands listed. And then we have to take another assumption that says not only was it one of those brands, but it was the exact gun that was used in the homicide. We're 5 layers removed from the actual evidence in this case, the actual projectile, and anything to do with Rashaun Jones. And that's assuming that you find that the witnesses who testified about this are credible. Kareem Brown, the other witness besides David Howell, who says anything about Rashaun and firearms. He says they're at practice or a team-related event, and Rashaun Jones comes up to him, even though they've never had a one-to-one conversation ever. Kareem Brown testified. They've never.
Judge Fox, not in evidence. All right. Overall, you can name.
Kareem Brown testified, excuse me,
And
that him and
overrule.
Rashaun Jones had
Wow.
never had a one-on-one conversation. They'd never spoken one-to-one. They're in different positions, different groups. They don't hang out. But all of a sudden, Rashaun Jones walks up to him after practice one day or after a team event and says, "Hey, big bruh, I got that 38 on me." Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense at all? Somebody you've never spoken to ever, you're going to tell him, "I got a gun on me"? That makes no sense. Also, if they're coming back from practice, he obviously wouldn't have had a gun on him at practice. He might have had his jersey on him, which was number 38, if that statement even occurred. What else did Kareem Brown say while we're talking about him? He testified that the University of Miami is a relatively small community. It's small compared to some of these larger football schools. And the people who stay on campus, even smaller. And that the football players would commingle and intermingle with the same group of females who lived on campus. And it wasn't unusual for football players to have had relations in the past with the same girl. Again, not something that's unusual. Jada having a thing with Rashaun and then dating Brian Pata, not something that's out of the ordinary, not something that's unheard of. Just like the fights. Just like the fact that they weren't necessarily best friends, they weren't on speaking terms, they didn't interact, they didn't hang out. All of this, completely normal for this locker room, for this team dynamic, and that's what the witnesses said. I also want to talk about this idea, going back to Paul Connor for a second, that the government has been trying to tell you about Rashaun Jones running from his apartment, running down, committing a homicide, running back up to his apartment. First of all, Detective Segovia testified, because he's the one who drew this line, about how Paul Connor told him he was sprinting between buildings. If you listen to Paul Connor's testimony, he's asked about this directly. He says, "Did you ever tell anybody that you saw this person sprinting between buildings?" And Paul Connor says, "I know that's in one of the reports, but I did not say that. I didn't say that." He denies ever saying that. That comes from Segovia. Paul Connor says that didn't happen. He says he turned around, saw his back for a second, never saw him turn and start running. So this is not based on Paul Connor's testimony. First of all. Second of all, Paul Connor said he didn't observe any sweat on this individual that he saw. But the government's trying to say that Rashaun Jones is in good shape. He's a football player, works out all the time. So he ran down, committed a murder, and then began leaving. And Paul Connor didn't see any sweat on this person? It doesn't make sense. It's a conflict in the evidence. Also, if Rashaun Jones was on that road in that area, going where Paul Connor says he saw this person go, Dwayne Hendricks is on his way back from practice as well. Dwayne Hendricks testifies he drives down that road and comes in. Dwayne Hendricks would have crossed paths with Rashaun Jones. Dwayne Hendricks would have recognized Rashaun Jones because he knows Rashaun Jones. Dwayne Hendricks didn't see Rashaun Jones anywhere that night. He didn't see him once, not when he's driving home. And the government keeps saying that Rashaun got this call from Bruce Johnson, so he knew practice was over. He knew when to go. Well, if he knew practice was over, he also knew that football players lived at the Colony Apartments. He knew that Dwayne Hendricks was Brian Pata's roommate. He knew that they would be coming back at the same time. So he would decide to then go and commit a homicide in open public while he knows that other football players are going to be returning there because he knows that they live there. That doesn't make any sense. Let's talk about that phone call with Bruce Johnson. Bruce Johnson calls him before the death of Brian Pata at 6:41, and then he speaks to him again at 7:40. At 7:39. I remember. Bruce Johnson says he didn't notice anything unusual about that call. He didn't notice anything unusual about either of those calls. He didn't notice that he was out of breath. He didn't notice that he was panicked. He didn't notice that he was frantic. Nothing. He's known Rashaun Jones since Rashaun Jones and him played youth football together. If they're on a phone 39 minutes after Rashaun Jones had just committed a homicide, or 19 minutes before Rashaun Jones goes to commit a homicide, he would have noticed something off. He would have noticed that something wasn't right. He would have heard something in his voice. He would have known. But no, he says, no, nothing unusual. I told him about the meeting. I told him about it. Nothing unusual at all. In the call before, he told me about failing his drug test. I didn't notice anything unusual. At the very least, he would have heard that he was out of breath if he ran all the way there like the government's saying. Now after, Rashaun Jones gets Pat Diaz, who comes and puts a card at his house. Rashaun Jones calls Pat Diaz, speaks to Pat Diaz, agrees to an interview with Pat Diaz, cooperates. Pat Diaz goes back to his house a second time, leaves a card. Again, Rashaun reaches out and makes contact, speaks to him. Pat Diaz says, why didn't you say anything about Jada last time? He's like, well, you didn't ask about Jada. But doesn't hide it. He has nothing to hide. Speaking to police. And then this third time, the government wants to make it seem like Rashaun Jones was trying to keep Sherry from saying anything to the police. But Sherry testified, and Sherry told you that she got this call, and Rashaun said, no, go speak to him, it's fine. And then when they get back, Rashaun makes a statement about how he doesn't want them speaking to her alone, protective boyfriend. But then when the detectives explain the situation to him, and the detectives say, like, no, we have to interview witnesses one at a time, we want to make sure it's one at a time. What did Pat Diaz say? He was cool with it. He had no issue. There was no issue. Once they explained it to him, there was no issue. He was cooperative with everything that he was asked to do. When he's taken into custody in 2021, he walks into that interview room, he's read his Miranda rights, he's told that you don't have to speak to me at all. The law says you do not have to speak to me. And he says, let's go. Let's speak. He was eager to speak with Detective Segovia. You hear that on the recording. He's eager to speak with him. And they do. They speak for 2 hours. And I know the government told you that Detective Segovia was trying to give him an out. Detective Segovia was trying to get him to give some sort of reasonable explanation for why he might have been in the area. Do not get it mistaken. He was under arrest. There was nothing that Rashaun Jones could have said to get him out of there. If he could have given an explanation for being on scene, and he did, he would have been in handcuffs. Again, he would have stayed in handcuffs. This wasn't a reasonable chance to explain anything. This was, let's see what we can get him to say. Rashaun Jones didn't take the bait. He didn't take the bait when Detective Segovia was trying to say, look, I'm trying to give you a chance. If there's a reason why you could be there, if there's a reason why you were in the area, maybe we can get you out of this. He didn't take it. He said, no, I wasn't there. I wasn't there. I wasn't there that night. I was at my house. Which is consistent with the phone records. Sergeant Cremacini testified about the cell site locations and the phone records. And he talked to you about 2 calls that ping off of this tower to sort of near the crime scene. And he said he can't exclude the possibility that Rashaun's phone would ping there from his house. But let's assume that it didn't. Between those 2 pings at 3:55 p.m. and 8:57 p.m., Sergeant Cremacini testified that all the calls were consistent with Rashaun Jones being at home. They were all pinging off of his home towers, the towers that are consistent with him sitting in his living room. That's what Sergeant Cremacini testified to. That directly supports what Rashaun Jones told the officers. I was at home. And every call made during that period of time is consistent, the cell tower information is consistent with him being at home. The government also wants to point at Rashaun Jones' statement that he gave 15 years later and try and be nitpicky about times and oh, he said he called Bruce Johnson and then he called Sherry, but he also called a few people in between. He's being interviewed 15 years later. He remembers some conversations. Can't remember every single thing that he's being asked about. Can't remember every single detail of everything. He remembers the things that stand out to him. He remembers that he failed a drug test that day and he was suspended. He remembers that he didn't go to the team meeting because he was upset about failing the drug test and didn't want to be around those people. He remembers changing his phone number because, again, he didn't want people reaching out and nagging him. And he changes his phone number before the murder occurs. Why would somebody change their phone number, put their phone number in their name before a homicide if they were trying to conceal anything? That doesn't make any sense at all. Why you would change your phone number, get it put in your name as some sort of preparation to commit a crime, it doesn't make any sense. And Sherry testified that he was always changing his number. Sure, her parents owned Verizon stores. She was able to help him and get him phones. That doesn't make any sense why he would change his number. And then going back to the calls and the calling people, because the government argued that why is he calling all these people if he didn't want anybody bugging him? Well, before he learned about this death of Brian Padda, he calls a select few people. He calls his friend, he calls his girlfriend, people who he wants to have his number, probably people that he wants to confide in, people that he wants to talk to about the situation. That's who he calls. And then once he learns this information, then there's a number of calls that happen. But you can imagine, and when something like this happens, whenever your whole team is being affected by this situation, all the students are talking about it. There's students calling, everybody's, calling back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. I also want to talk about this idea that Sherry lied to cover for Rashaun by telling officers that she wasn't able to get in touch with Rashaun around the time of the murder. If she was trying to cover for Rashaun, she wouldn't have said that, oh, I don't know where he was at the time of the homicide. Right? That doesn't sound like something you would say when you cover for somebody. And then we know that they were on the phone. He speaks to Bruce Johnson, 7:40 something, and then him and Sherry have a conversation, 2 calls, and then at around 8:30 they have another phone call. They're in communication there. Now there are a number of calls that happened later that night. Maybe Sherry was confused about the timing. Maybe she did call him, but it wasn't around the time of the homicide. It was around the time where he was supposed to be coming to see her. She's wondering, what's taking you so long? So she calls him. And then whenever she's asked about this later, who knows how much longer later, she says, yeah, I was calling him a bunch. I was worried about him because another football player had got shot. I just learned that someone else was shot, so I was calling him. Later in the night, a few hours later, Rashaun also, whenever he testified, wasn't able to be 100% accurate about the times because it's 15 years later. Unrelated to the time of the homicide occurring or anything where she might have thought that Rashaun was going to get blamed for something. She doesn't remember making that statement 15 years later. Let's talk about the blocking of the numbers. So we see here, yeah, Rashaun uses *67 to dial Sherry's number, but then 43 minutes later, or excuse me, 56 minutes later, she calls him at that number. She calls him at that number. So she had his number, she got his number. Were there any text messages that were going on at the time? Did the government get any text messages at the time? Did they see if anything was being discussed on text message, if he maybe texted her his number so that she would have it? You don't know why he blocked the number there. Who knows? There's 1,000 different reasons why he might have used *67. I use *67 for 1,000 different reasons. It doesn't mean murder. It doesn't equal murder, especially whenever she's calling him back. She has his contact information. It doesn't make sense. Again, these are innocent facts. When you look at them, it does not equal murder. And then 20 years later, the government's they talk about puzzles. They're trying to take a piece from this puzzle and a piece from that puzzle and a piece from this puzzle and jam them all together and put a picture together and try to tell you that this equals murder. It doesn't. These puzzle pieces do not fit together. There's not a single piece of direct, credible evidence that links Rashaun Jones to this homicide. Nothing. Nothing. And the evidence that you heard during this trial about 2.5 years, the conflict, and nothing that's unusual based on the team dynamic, and the phone records that are consistent with him being at home during that entire time, it shows this is not the truth. What the government is trying to say is not the truth. Taking these different puzzle pieces from different puzzles and putting them together does not make a picture that proves this case beyond and to the exclusion of reasonable doubt. It does not. I might have mentioned this, but I'm going to say it again. When he changed his number, it was in his name, and then he was calling people, and they had his number. He's not trying to hide anything. And whenever he calls these detectives, right, because Pat Diaz said, we left a card, he got in touch with us. Was he calling them from his number that he changed? Was he hiding it? Was he hiding his number from police? Was he hiding it from investigators? No, he had nothing to hide from investigators at any point. Now, Mike Sanders asking for money. Why he was asking for money, the government really hasn't said. That he's trying to maybe have gotten a get out of town or something. He had a vehicle. The witnesses who testified that he had a vehicle that he could use to drive out of town if he wanted to. He had a girlfriend who did have money. So if Mike Sanders, said no for whatever reason, and then Sherry actually was trying to cover for him and he was trying to skip town, Sherry could have got him a bus ticket, a plane ticket, got him out of town. None of that. Mike Sanders' family owned KFC franchises. He testified that was known around the campus. People knew that his family was well off. He said he couldn't tell you whether or not Rashaun had asked for money before. He can't recall that. And he couldn't recall much. He couldn't recall the time where he called Rashaun back. Can't tell you what happened on that phone call. Can't tell you anything about what happened there. And context matters whenever we're talking about a witness and the government's trying to say that Rashaun calling and maybe asking for money is somehow evidence of murder. Context matters. How does he not remember that second phone call? The only thing he remembers about the first phone call is Rashaun called him and asked him for money. Doesn't remember anything else that was said on that phone call. Maybe Rashaun was embarrassed. Maybe Rashaun, his girlfriend Sherry, had just got him a new phone that day. She already helped him out enough. Maybe Rashaun was running out of money, was embarrassed to reach out to Sherry and ask for more help after she had already got him a phone, calls Mike Sanders. Not a single witness who testified in this trial could tell you anything about Rashaun Jones' financial situation. They couldn't tell you anything. Nothing. Nobody pulled his bank records. Nobody wanted to see what his balances were. None of it. We do know, at the very least, he was calling to check his account balance at star 225 to see how much money he had left on his account, so he had that issue. Called the 1-800 number. The bank. And this gap of time argument, where there's no phone calls made for 58 minutes. Sergeant Cremacini testified that whether the phone was on or off, there would have been records of calls coming in, whether it was on or off. All that means is that nobody called for that period of time. That's all that means. A gap in time doesn't mean that the phone was turned off, doesn't mean it was left at home, doesn't mean anything. It just means no calls were coming in. And then between 4:11 and 5:07, another 56-minute gap, there's no calls, no phone calls made. Nothing happened during that period of time. And Sergeant Cremacini was asked, how long have you been in the courtroom? Have you been here for, 56 minutes? By the time he left this courtroom, he had been here for 56 minutes. Just because you don't make a call or receive a call for 56 minutes, that doesn't mean that you're committing a crime, that you're killing someone. Again, another piece of innocent evidence that the government is trying to frame to piece all these misfit puzzle pieces together and create a murder. In 2020, when Detective Segovia took over this case, he selected the suspect and made the evidence fit. Painted a narrative of normal facts that are completely normal for everybody on that football team. Fights, hooking up with the same girls, not hanging out with everybody, maybe not gelling with somebody, and he took that and spun it into a narrative. And now we're here today, 20 years later, because that narrative got spun. 20 years later. How many detectives worked on this case between 2006 and 2020? I think there was testimony that there was dozens and dozens and dozens of detectives who worked on this case and investigated this case for 20 years, 15 years by 2021. And not a single one of them was smart enough to say, oh, you know what, it's Rashaun Jones. No, it was just when Detective Segovia got on the case and was tasked with reevaluating all the evidence and looking at everything like he was working it anew. That's what he testified about. He was the only person smart enough to crack this case after 15 years. The only one. Except for when asked questions about anything to do with anybody besides Rashaun Jones, he doesn't remember. Someone else cleared that lead. Oh, someone else cleared that lead. Oh, I don't know. Oh, the fingerprints that were found on the hood of the car, the fingerprints found on the hood that were matched to a guy, found on the hood of the car at the murder scene with the dead body feet away, those fingerprints that were matched to somebody, that guy was excluded. Who excluded him? I don't know. How was he excluded? I don't know. Do you want to review the previous lead detective's report to see if it can refresh your memory about what was done to investigate this person? You reviewed it. Oh no, didn't refresh my memory. No clue. This individual who Detective Dominguez, the original detective, mistakenly believed was in custody at the time, didn't find that out, didn't realize that that mistake had been made, that this one lead, this one potential suspect, was actually out of custody at the time of the homicide. Didn't find that out until after Rashaun Jones was arrested. Didn't find that out until after he had already put Mr. Jones in handcuffs and interviewed him and made up his mind about who the perpetrator was. He was supposed to look at everything again, new, restart the investigation, review all the leads. He had his mind made up. He had his suspect. All he had to do was make it fit, was make the evidence fit the suspect. That is not how it works in the United States of America with the Constitution of the United States. That is not how that works. And that's exactly what happened in this case. Now, whenever you're instructed in a moment, you're going to be instructed that reasonable doubt comes from three places: evidence, conflicts in the evidence, and a lack of evidence. And we've discussed a lot of the evidence already. All the testimony that you heard from the witnesses, the pictures that you've seen. Bruce Johnson testifying he never saw Rashaun with a gun, never had information about Rashaun having a gun. Sherry Abramson saying that she never had any information that Rashaun had a gun. Eric Minecourt saying he never had any information or heard about Rashaun having a gun. Dwayne Hendricks saying the only thing he knows about Rashaun is that he likes to talk about girls a lot. All of that evidence, the cell site data that shows he's in this location, that's consistent with him being at his house, these 5 hours surrounding the murder, all of this evidence, the information that you heard about Paul Connor and his 20/40 vision at night without glasses, the lighting conditions, 1 to 2 seconds he saw this person, selected him in a photo lineup 7.5 months later. All of that evidence exists because Rashaun Jones is innocent. All of that evidence exists and is reasonable doubt because Rashaun Jones was not responsible for Brian Pata's death. Let's talk about some conflicts in the evidence. We spoke about some conflicts already, but all the conflicts in Paul Connor's testimony about the train and his car being in the shop, the conflict between what Paul Connor says and what Detective Segovia says, and Paul Connor saying that he'd never made that statement that Detective Segovia said that he made. The Dave Howell conflicts between where he claims that he had seen this gun, that Eric Minecourt, Dave Howell's close friend who spoke all the time, never heard anything about it. Everything in this case conflicts with your common sense. And you're going to be instructed to use your common sense whenever you're weighing the evidence and determining whether or not the government has met its burden to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt that Rashaun Jones is responsible. You're going to be asked to use your common sense. And everything that you've heard and the argument that the government is making conflicts with your common sense, conflicts with anybody's common sense. The idea that Rashaun Jones would fail his second drug test and go into such a deep spiral that he wants to commit murder on a person that he got in a fight with 2.5 years ago and had a unofficial thing with his girlfriend 1.5 years ago. It doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. It conflicts with common sense. Another conflict in the evidence. Detective Hellman was questioned about whether or not he was able to pull all the phone records for Brian Pata. First of all, we don't have any phone records for Brian Pata that have been introduced into evidence. When Detective Segovia was questioned about it, he said, oh, there was a bunch of phone records. I'm not exactly sure. But Detective Hellman said he wasn't able to pull the phone records from the Nextel chirps, from the walkie-talkie function on the Nextel phone. Today, when Sergeant Cremacini testified, he did mention that there was some sort of information, some sort of data from a Nextel chirp. That's a conflict in the evidence. Where are those Nextel chirps? Where are those records? Why haven't we seen those? Would it not be useful to see who the people who Brian Pata were talking to just before his murder are? Where are those records? Where are they?
Great question.
We have Rashaun's records. They don't show a single call to Brian Pata. There's no calls to him. That's a conflict in the evidence. The not having Nextel chirps, but having Nextel chirps and being able to see, that's a conflict. That's a reasonable doubt. Let's talk about the lack of evidence in this case. There is no gun. No gun was ever recovered. No gun was ever found on Rashaun Jones. No gun was ever found that could be linked to Rashaun Jones. No gun was ever found whatsoever in this case. There is no forensic evidence in this case, besides the fingerprints on the car to the person who was excluded somehow, but you can't really say how, nobody really knows exactly what was done to exclude that person as a lead. No fingerprints for Rashaun Jones on the scene. No fingerprints from Rashaun Jones on the hood of that car. No fingerprints from Rashaun Jones on a gate nearby. Nothing. Not a single piece of forensic evidence linking Rashaun Jones to this. No DNA either. No DNA on the car, no DNA on the gate, no DNA on anything. No DNA on Brian Pata's body. Nothing. There was testimony about how they didn't really use cameras back then. But you heard about 2 places where they tried to get cameras from. They tried to get cameras from a hotel, and they tried to get cameras from a Circuit City. This is Dadeland Mall. This is Dadeland Mall. And the government's theory of this case is that Rashaun Jones ran all the way home from Dadeland Mall, or past Dadeland Mall to get to his house. Ran all the way home. Did anybody go to Dadeland Mall and see if there was a camera of the exterior to see if there was anything there that might have shown anybody running past? Did anybody testify that they tried to get cameras from Dadeland Mall and that Dadeland Mall was, didn't have any cameras on the exterior? Nope, nobody tried. Now, the government told you during voir dire, one of the things that they talked about a lot, and one of the things that they may say when they come up here to speak with you again, is that they don't have to prove motive. They don't have to prove motive. They're going to say, it's not an element of the crime, we don't have to prove it. They have to prove a crime that makes sense. They have to prove beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt their case. And if they didn't have to prove motive, they certainly spent a lot of time in this case trying. A lot of time talking about this fight from summer of 2004. A lot of time talking about this clip-up statement. A lot of time talking about, these rumors and the situationship, whatever happened between Rashaun and Jada years before. Spent a lot of time trying to prove motive. And they failed because there was no motive. It doesn't make sense. There is no motive because Rashaun Jones did not kill Brian Pata. How many witnesses were there to testify in this case about any actual evidence at all that links Rashaun Jones to this crime? Maybe if Paul Connor was a credible witness who wasn't nearsighted and farsighted and was wearing his glasses and it wasn't nighttime and he saw this person for more than 1 to 2 seconds and he made a selection from a photo lineup more than or less than 7.5 months afterwards, maybe, but not with those facts. Every single witness that the government called, 99% of their testimony was about stuff from the past, 2 years before. Why were you hearing about all that stuff? The reason you had to hear about this dorm room fight from 2004 and this clip-up statement and this thing with maybe Jada is because that's all they have. That's the only evidence in this case. Those are the pieces of different puzzles they're trying to put together to tell a story. We'll get to that in a second because there is something I missed. Let's talk about Paul Connor again. Paul Connor says he got to the train station at 7:35 and it takes him about 25 minutes to walk home from the train station to get to his apartment complex. And then Detective Segovia testified.
The statement of fact, he said 6:35, not 7:35.
Okay, rely on your recollection of the evidence.
I'm sorry, if I said 7:35, I apologize. He said he got to the train station at 6:35 p.m. and it takes him about 25 minutes to walk to the apartment complex. And then when Detective Segovia testified, he testified that it would take about 30 minutes to walk to the apartment complex. Either way, he gets there at 7 o'clock. What do we know happened right at 7 o'clock? Jada Brody is on a 911 call, screaming. She had just discovered Brian. She calls 911 at 7 o'clock, right whenever Paul Connor says that he would have been there. Paul Connor didn't see Jada. Paul Connor didn't see Dwayne Hendricks pull in. Paul Connor didn't see a muzzle flash. Paul Connor saw nothing that would be consistent with what actually happened. And given his confusion with all the dates that you heard about in his testimony and you've heard about with other witnesses, and given his confusion about where his car was, and given the fact that he didn't see anything that was going on at 7 o'clock at this apartment complex, can we even say that, he was there on the day of this homicide? If he's that confused about all of these facts, is the person that he saw even the person who's responsible? Was it a different day? We know the person he saw was not Rashaun Jones, but was it even the suspect? The conflicts in his testimony and the conflicts between his testimony and other evidence that you've heard in this case would say otherwise. And the reason that those conflicts exist is because Rashaun Jones did not commit this crime. Rashaun Jones is innocent. Now I want to use this graph here. I want to talk to you about it.
We're going to object to that. I think it's a misdemeanor law.
Okay, well, let's ask the jurors to step into the jury room. Please turn it so that they're not being handies. All right, Ralph, can you take them into the jury room?
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. You may be seated. The most that counsels together are able to speak, things go much more smoothly. Why would we not have shown each other the boards that we're going to use for closing arguments to do this outside of cases in jury? I don't have an answer. So let's go ahead and do it now. I think this is going to probably affect how far we get tonight. But let's go ahead and see. Can I see the board?
Yeah.
Dave, do you want to come see the board?
We've seen it, Judge, from here. I think from the state perspective, it's misstates the state's burden. It moves to a higher level. I think the jury instructions are running clear. So from the state's perspective, it's a misdemeanor law.
Yeah, that's kind of like giving percentages.
Correct.
for what reasonable doubt is. You're giving shades of colors of, I don't see how that's.
What's going on is they don't like the reasonable doubt poster. So if you guys watch YSL and remember Doug had a reasonable doubt poster, it's a similar demonstrative here, and the judge is specifically narrowing it down to an issue of the color differentiation. But the state doesn't want him to be able to use this visual.
Something that would be reasonable. You have a different board or a different sheet, maybe you could rewrite it in a different way?
It's just a demonstrative, Judge. I think it is consistent with what the law is.
I don't think it is. I think it's more like percentages, and the colors darkening, et cetera, would go to like a 90% colored in, an 80% colored in, a 75%. The shades are, it's just
90% like Paul Connor.
Any other ones that we're going to need to discuss? I don't do them now.
Yeah, there are 10 other boards there. We haven't seen any of them.
Okay, why don't we take a quick break, let you all show each other the boards?
Are you going to use any other board?
No.
Okay. All right, so just so you all know, since they're out at 6:30, the hour and a half would be, let's say I add 5 minutes or 10 minutes, would have been 6:45. The state still has an extra half an hour, and then I was going to instruct them, which will take another half an hour, and then get them to start deliberating. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, unfortunately. I'm going to ask them when they come back, or when Mr. Maroni finishes, if they want to continue for tonight, or they want to come back tomorrow. Just, you know, we've been, standard end time has been between 6 and 7. So
Judge,
we're not going to get to deliberate tonight for sure.
And Your Honor said, how much longer do I have?
You had, well, you had to 6:45. You started at.
20 more minutes left.
Yeah, I can add some time because we're taking time off of here.
Well, I think I'm pretty close, and I would just ask, Judge, that at the very least, the government also give their final close for.
They have a half an hour left. I'm going to ask the jurors if they're willing to stay. We're supposed to end by 7, but let's see, maybe they'll be willing to stay for that, and then I instruct them tomorrow. Okay? All right, so we'll let you finish, and then I'll ask them.
Yeah, Judge, I do have an objection to that.
Okay, thank you.
Look at his face. So he's objection to the poster. Her poster.
Thank you, really seated.
A couple more things before I wrap up. I want to go back again to Paul Connor. Even ignoring all of the issues with his testimony that we've spoken about ad nauseum, he still can only say that he's 90% sure. His 90% beyond and to the exclusion of every single reasonable doubt. Taking everything he says is true. There's a 10% chance he's wrong. 1 in 10. Is that 1 in 10 chance? Is that something that will be abiding? Ignoring all the other issues. Is that something that will be abiding? Something that you can lay your head on your pillow at night? Tomorrow?
As to the percentages.
All right. Overruled for now.
Tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month, next year. Something you will not be wondering, oh man, it was only 1 to 2 seconds. It was 7.5 months later. It was dark outside. He does only have 20/40 vision. Is that enough to make you sleep well at night? To make you not have...
Objection, Judge. In reading the problems of the jury.
Sustained.
To make you not have that thought in your head, that waver, that vacillation?
Sustained. Okay, please disregard the last statement.
Last thing about Paul Connor, no golds. Why did he mention no golds? Did anybody tell him about golds? Going back to the cross-racial identification factor, did he mention that the person did not have gold teeth because it was a black male that he saw and he threw it in? Where does that come from? Bruce Johnson told you that sometimes Rashaun Jones would wear golds on his teeth. Certainly didn't have a clean white smile like Paul Connor testified about. Paul Connor and his selection are not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They are not credible. The other evidence in this case, the other pieces of these random puzzles that the government has tried to piece together for you do not equal murder. The evidence in this case has shown that Rashaun Jones was at home, consistent with his phone records, consistent with his statement, consistent with all the evidence and the lack of evidence and the conflicts of the evidence that you have heard in this case. Now after I sit down, I will not have a chance to speak to you again. This is the last chance that I will get. And we have tried throughout this trial to do everything that we can do to show you, to give you the tools that you need to see the truth, to see that Rashaun Jones did not commit this crime. We have done everything we can. We've tried. When we sit down, there's nothing more we can do, and it's going to be in your hands. And Rashaun Jones said in that interview that you all heard, he tells Detective Segovia, bring in the jury. Bring him in. This is going to have to go to a jury. And 5 years later, you are Rashaun Jones' jury. You're the jury that he...
Wait, I'm making a promise to the jury.
5 years ago, Rashaun Jones told Detective Segovia, take it to a jury. Bring a jury in. And you are Rashaun Jones' jury. When I sit down, there's nothing more I can do with this case. There's no more information I can give you. There's nothing more I can do to try and show you the truth about what happened. But I trust that if you use your common sense, if you look at the evidence and the conflicts of the evidence and the lack of evidence in this case, you'll see that the government's case does not make sense. These puzzle pieces do not fit together. This is not a picture that you can see clearly. Rashaun Jones is not guilty. When you review this evidence and you go back to deliberate, find him not guilty. Find him not guilty. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Stay.
I think I heard the phrase context matters almost 10 times in the last hour. Right?
Oh boy.
If I walk over and shoot my trial partner in the head, you know nothing else, right? But if I tell you that she slept with my husband, if I tell you that we didn't get along, there were issues at work,
Objection,
right? If I start to give you, right, context to the why some irrational, illogical thing happens, right? Context does matter. Let's just be very, very clear. Every single person that came into this courtroom, that sat in this chair, that gave you a piece, right, of the context that led us to November 7th, 2006, that is a piece of evidence. Every single word that escaped every person's mouth when they were asked a question, what they said is a piece of evidence that you, members of the jury, get to use and use your common sense as you are rendering your verdict. When I got up here in opening, we talked about, in order to understand what happened on November 7th, we have to go back, just back, to 2004. We didn't stop there, right? Because it was a 2-year sort of simmering that was going on. Because if we start, right, back to the relationship between Brian and the defendant, right? It starts in 2004, which the defendant tells you in his own statement, right? That fight that happens, and he says, I cried. In his statement, he says, I cried after that fight.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
You will get to hear it for yourself.
Your recollection of him.
You will get to hear it for yourself. Go back and play it. He says, I cried. 15 years later, when he talks to Detective Segovia, right, that memory is burned in his mind. That is the beginning, right? He has now been in this situation, right, with the 3 upperclassmen. He gets bested by Brian, and he looks at that guy and he says, I don't like him. That's where it starts. Then it turns into, right, hatred. Because then what happens, right? The guy who beats him up in a fight the one time, who kind of makes fun of him in front of the other players, right? Because it's a locker room and it's football and it's a bunch of guys, right? Rashaun says, and I cried, so it obviously left an impression. Now that's his sort of mark, right? For the next 2 years, they start to have confidence. It starts with partly Jada. We know, they told you, and he says it, they hooked up when they were freshmen. He tells Detective Diaz, we were together for 2 or 3 months when we were freshmen. They were freshmen in 2004. 2005, Brian starts to date Jada. It doesn't matter that he had a rich girlfriend at some point in 2006. The girl he wanted was with Brian, Jada. And he tells you in his own statement, he says, she caused problems between us because I would go to her and I would say something to her and she would take it to him. He even uses the word, why are you getting me in trouble with Brian? Because then of course, right, Brian, that's his girlfriend. We know that he was causing issues with all the guys and their girlfriends, right? Would go and be like, hey, verbal altercation would go down. This was 2 years, right, of ongoing toxicity, call it what you want. Call it locker room antics, call it football players, whatever it was, they didn't like each other. And he is the one who didn't like Brian. He was insignificant to Brian. So this isn't just 2004, this one fight happens. This is sort of 2 years, right, of pressure that's being put on Rashaun. And eventually what happens? When there's enough pressure, he cracks. He tells you in his own statement that day, because all of the context matters. He tells you, yes, he got suspended. That was his fault. He got high and he got suspended. Strike 2. But he also tells you, when he tells Detective Segovia, I had a meeting with Coach Coker. Coach Coker was not happy. Crap. What happens? The kid who has a full-time scholarship to UN is on the brink of losing it. You heard from Tony Hernandez, who told you exactly how the drug tests work, right? He had already been tagged because he'd done 2. The next one was coming. Right around that time, what is happening? The guy with the girl who's about to hit the NFL, right? About to make all this money, has everything he wants. There is no logic in jealousy. That's what it is. He goes to blame the person, even though it's his fault he's not on the team. It's his fault he's getting in trouble with Coach Coker. But what does he do? No, that's not my fault. It's Brian. I never liked that guy, Brian. Because that's what happens. He starts to simmer, and he breaks. So then defense says, oh no, these are these innocent things that he does. These things are not suspicious. They are innocent. It's just innocent that he decides to change his phone on November 7th. Let's sort of break everything down, right? So also to add to the context, let's talk about the 38 first, right? The gun. In those 2 years, context matters, right? In those 2 years around the locker room, right, he brags about owning a 38. He shows Dave a revolver. Dave sees it. It doesn't matter whether Dave saw it in one dorm room versus another. What's consistent is Dave said, I saw a gun. I had never seen a gun in my life, and I saw a gun. I know what I saw. I know it was a revolver because I used to watch Westerns with my brother. George Retrial tells you that it was a 38 lead caliber bullet. That's what he tells you. And that's consistent with the same type of gun that Dave says he sees. It's also consistent with what Kareem says. It's not weird, right? That well, actually, let me see. It is a little weird that he tells Kareem that. But it's not weird if you think about the context of Rashaun Jones, right? Who's already in a position where he's trying to make himself seem like a tough guy amongst the team. He's messing with everybody. He's messing with everybody's girlfriend. Like, it's not weird that he's gonna go up to an upperclassman to try to make himself look tough. That's what that is. Hey man, I got a 38. Like, as if everybody's gonna think, oh, my gun is cool. That's what that is. That's not some, like, innocuous, everything plays a part.
Is that a threat, though?
What was going on
Either way?
Because context matters.
Is it threatening or just someone
By the
trying
way,
to show off?
The 38 was the one thing that the Miami-Dade Police Department did not release. It was the one thing that has always been kept under wraps. And the one person that was known to have a 38 that hated Brian, right? Ill will, hatred, spite.
Objection, Giglio, I have a motion.
Overruled.
Was a defendant.
All right, that's actually really important. So not only, he says he has a motion, that was going to be a mistrial motion. So he specifically said Giglio. So the issue here is she's representing to the jury that they knew all this time, that it was this 38 and nobody else knew that. And the inference that the jury is supposed to draw from this argument here is that these witnesses who say, well, he told me he had a 38 or I saw him with the 38. It's bolstering their credibility. The idea that these witnesses wouldn't have been able to make that up because it's not like it was public information. But the problem with that is that these statements from these witnesses didn't come about contemporaneously. These statements about the 38 emerged only after 2020. So now the issue here is the defense attorney saying, Giglio, if you actually have that information that you're relying on, that means you didn't turn it over because we don't have any statements from 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, and so on, where these individuals identified our client as having this 38. But yet she's bolstering the credibility of these witnesses and putting it closer in time to the crime. So it's a roundabout way for him to object because I don't think he's agreeing that these people actually reported in 2006 or 2007, but his mechanism for being able to object is she's saying something was known then and it was never turned over to us. We have nothing about that in these reports. So, and it's just overruled just like that. And I think it's disingenuous work. I think this is unethical.
The team meeting that now all of a sudden was, he didn't go because he was suspended. The thing is the story changes. And the story changes from the defendant's own mouth. From what he tells detectives initially when they first talk with him. When he first tells Detective Pat Diaz, they first talk to him, it's, well, I didn't go to the team meeting. I got a call from someone who said it was mandatory, but I don't know who called me. That's what he said the first time, and that was back then. Then when he talks to Detective Segovia, it's, well, I didn't go because, I was suspended from the team, and I felt bad. But then it was, I didn't go because I talked to Sherry, and we decided that I shouldn't go to the meeting because I was suspended. I mean, defense says there's no evidence of that he fled out of the state. Members of the jury submit to you that night he did flee. He was the only person who doesn't go to the team meeting. And where does he go? To Miami Beach. These records speak for themselves. They are here. Sergeant Carmesini testified. Towers 206 and 209 were the home towers. They were the towers that he frequently connected to, right? Tower 142 was the tower in front of the crime scene. He tells us that towers 207 and 163 are the towers of Miami Beach. We know, right? And he also told us that based off what Sherry told us, right? Because Sherry also gave us a different story. Sherry's story was, I didn't hear from him. I didn't know that he had been suspended. But then when I heard from him, well, he told me he had gone for a drive. So when we look at his records, right, and we see, when is it most consistent that it looks like he's moving? Right after the homicide. Sergeant Carmesini told you, he looked at the records and it looked like he was most likely moving right after the homicide. So it wasn't in the afternoon when he had gotten suspended that he went for a drive because he was so distraught about the marijuana. It was after he had just killed somebody. And then, right, then he tells us that around 2109, he says, to about 2219, he hits on those same towers 206. He likely went home. So he kills someone, He's moving around, distraught, panicking.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
Ends up going back home, resetting, and then what does he do? Calls Mike Sanders. I need money. Somebody who's detached, not somebody on the football team, not his girlfriend, somebody who's detached. I need money. I can't tell you why. I won't tell you why. Mike Sanders is so weirded out by that he goes down to the HEC Center to tell coaches and tell detectives what it was about that call. It wasn't, I need money because I'm broke, because I can't pay for lunch tomorrow. It was, I need money, I won't tell you why. If it was that he was this broke college student, why not just say, hey, I need money because I can't have dinner tonight?
Maybe he just wanted to get high and didn't want to tell a
but that's
sports
just
player
an
that.
innocent fact, right? When we look at it, when we look at that, just taking that fact on its own, sure. But now, when you put it into the context of what's happening, Brian is dead. Brian dies on November 7th. He gets shot in the head. Not 3.5 hours later, when he's supposed to be at the University of Miami mandatory team meeting. It is not a regular meeting. It is not a football meeting. It is not weightlifting. It is a mandatory meeting because a player has died. Somebody on the team is dead. And he doesn't go because he's worried about his suspension, because he's so upset at himself. Somebody's dead. But he's calling somebody and asking for money. And then he ends up going to Miami Beach, which, let's keep looking at the records, because what time does he get to Miami Beach? Sergeant Carmasini told you it was almost at 23:36. That's 11:36 is when he starts to get to the area of Miami Beach, where he's gonna go stay with Sherry, which he told Detective Segovia, and she told you, yeah, he came to my house that night. She said, oh no, he came early. He tells Detective Segovia, I got there at like 8:30.
Objection, mischaracterization of the testimony.
You can hear it for yourselves. Yet at 1 a.m., is the only time that she's arguably blowing up his phone. At 1 a.m., he was already supposed to be there. Miami Beach, she has to cross a big bridge with a body of ocean to get there. I submit to you, it's a pretty easy place to toss a gun out of a window. It's not till 1 a.m. that he ends up with her, because her last phone call and his last phone call is like 1:19 a.m. that day. So that's when they're finally together. So he does flee. He does ditch the meeting, and he does go to Miami Beach. He doesn't lie low there. He blames it on the suspension, but he goes because if he shows up to UM, he's gonna be caught. Let's talk about Sherry. How convenient when defense argues that she couldn't remember. She was so genuine in her not remembering. She was covering for him. She tells detectives around the time of the homicide, right in 2007 when she first talks to them, I was worried that he was going to get blamed. Detective Pat Diaz told you. She said, I was worried he was going to get blamed. Why would you be worried that your boyfriend is going to get blamed for the murder of a player that he didn't get along with, when according to you, you never even talked about the fact that they never got along? Then it was, I was worried he was going to be dead. When asked the logical question, because of course Brian's dead, so of course she assumed he was going to be dead because Brian was dead, so maybe they got into it. It was, oh no, somebody else got shot. What's so interesting, or what I find so interesting, is her brother was on the football team. Yet at no point does she say, oh, I was worried about my brother. She told you Ross Abramson was on the football team. At no point, she's worried about him, but she's worried about him because UN players are getting shot, but she's not worried about her brother? I was so worried about him, I blew up his phone. You can absolutely look at these records for yourself. The only time that she is blowing up his phone, where they really make contact, is by 11:30. And she told you she was worried because by the time she gets told by Willie Cooper, at that point, nobody knows where Rashaun is. Nobody knows where he is. He's not at the meeting. He's supposed to be at the meeting, but we don't know where he is. Then she says, oh, I started calling people frantically looking for him. I asked her to point to the 386 number of his grandmother. She says she called the grandmother. It wasn't on her records. She also says she starts blowing his phone up, but because she hadn't heard from him. But his records show that they were in communication. They were talking. So she knew where he was. She wasn't really that worried. But then what does she do? She's a little worried, he's gonna get blamed, starts to do what, a loyal girlfriend does, cover his tracks. She said, I knew Coach Swayze, I called him. She doesn't really blow him up until almost 1 o'clock in the morning. By that point, he was supposed to have already been there, according to what he tells Detective Segovia. And listen, if you want to say, there's been a long time, maybe he got the time wrong. It's very different to say 8:30 at night that you went there versus 1 o'clock in the morning when he got there late that night. And it's also very interesting when the memory is selective, because you remember, right? You remember that fight with Brian where he made you cry. You remember Bruce Johnson calling you and telling you the meeting was mandatory. But then it's selective. Oh, I don't remember, that I went for a drive. I don't remember, the random little things. Then he says his phone was off. Again, he says at some point my phone was off. I didn't want anybody to contact me. I didn't want anybody to know what was going on because of my suspension. Except he's on the phone repeatedly. He's on the phone on this phone, and he's on the phone on his 973 number before he changes it. The records are right here. You can look for yourself. He is on the phone. So he was either, you can't have it both ways. You can't be just so distraught that I want my phone off and I don't want anybody to contact me, but I'm talking to everybody that I want to be talking to. Because he does call home. He says he doesn't want home to know. Home is here, and he talks to home. So you do or you don't. Changing a phone number is not some random innocent thing that happens. Sure, taking this fact alone on November 7th is one thing. But when you put it into the context of what happened that day, it's different. Defense says, he just changes his number, no big deal. No, he changes his number because he's hiding. He is hiding because he has cracked at that point. He has decided, I am going to Brian's house and I'm going to confront him after practice. For whatever that reason may be. He chooses to change his number. He chooses to go down there, right? And he chooses to shoot Brian in the head. Which, by the way, defense has ignored the fact that we know from even just the body itself and the photos that you saw. His cash was in his wallet. His car keys to his luxury SUV were untouched. This was not a robbery. This was personal. This was personal. Nobody else wanted Brian dead but Rashaun Jones.
Objection. Facts not in evidence.
Rashaun Jones hated Brian. That is an element. Ill will, hatred, and spite. That is what this case is about. It is about a kid who was so jealous, who was the cause of his own downturn, but blamed the one guy on the team that he didn't like. He went down to his house to confront him, and he shot him. It was not a robbery. It was not anything but something that was personal. Let me just point out, I want to round out a little bit of sharing. I think she was asked by defense, did he tell you that he had anything to do with it? And she was like, no, absolutely not. That she selectively remembers. The girl who couldn't remember what she had told a reporter 5 years earlier because now her memory has changed. The girl who now says, oh no, he wanted me to talk to police. He wanted me to talk to them. You heard from detectives, when they showed up, they didn't even expect him to be there. He was there driving her car, and he says, no, you can't talk to her. This wasn't police can't talk to my girlfriend. This was, you can't talk to her because I don't want her to talk to you. I don't want her to tell you I don't want her to tell you anything alone. And it was, you can talk to her, but I gotta be there. Because he wanted to know what the police were asking. Detective Hellman and Detective Diaz told you exactly what went down. Let's go. I'd like to talk a little bit about his statements to police because I think that, again, the most inconsistent statements are really from the defendant. First, it's the firearm. No, he says I never owned a firearm. There are at least 5 other people who came here to talk about him with a firearm.
Objection. Facts not an evidence. Mischaracterization of the testimony.
Under your relying recollection of the evidence, you can continue.
The only one who says, well, I never saw him with a firearm, the girlfriend. No.
Objection. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
The revolver that he bragged about in the locker room, that all the players had heard about.
Objection. Mischaracterization of the evidence.
The revolver that he showed to Dave. But no, he tells detectives, when asked, well, if they all came and they said it, are they lying? Yeah, no, they're lying. Then he says, same thing with Mike Sanders. So if there's a call on your phone records where you're calling Mike, asking him for money, that call, that's a lie from Mike? What motive, what does Mike have? Why would Mike make that up? Who wasn't even on the football team. He was adjacent. He tells detectives he decides to skip that meeting because he was so upset. Telling me you're already on thin ice with the coaches and the team and you're not going to show up to a meeting where someone's dead. And that's the reason of the meeting that you know is mandatory. The only person not to come. This is, and by the way, this isn't, again, an isolated fact that defense says, oh, this is innocent. They took the innocent fact that he didn't show up to that meeting and everybody ran with it. That's not what happened. The reality of the situation is that the pieces have always been there. Everything in this case pointed to one person, and it's the person sitting right there.
Objection. I have a motion.
Including.
The judge isn't even. She's waiting for the judge to say something, and then she doesn't. She just keeps going.
Always been there.
This is crazy.
Everything in this case pointed to one person, and it's the person sitting right there.
Objection. I have a motion.
Including. Including the identification by Paul Connor. Paul Connor, you heard his testimony. Defense cannot have it both ways. They cannot argue that he's honest about, the one thing, but then he's dishonest about the other stuff. Let's be very, very clear. Paul Connor has no reason to lie. Paul Connor is an independent person who was walking home that day. He didn't have his car, he took the metro, he walked home. He tells you he remembers it was 6:35 when he got off the metro. He is an academic, a professor. He was shown eventually, well, let's talk about, he walks down, he says he hears a bang, and immediately after hearing a bang, he sees the defendant walking out. The person smiles at him and keeps going. He says in his testimony, he turned his head and he saw the person moving away quicker, hurrying away. He keeps walking to his apartment. He doesn't see Brian's body. They showed him the photos. He doesn't see Brian's body that is on the floor covered by the bushes. He makes his way to his apartment, which is around the complex. The next day, he goes to police because he sees the news and he says, I saw something. He tells them what he saw. Description and recognition are two different things. Describing somebody and saying, here are the facial features that I have described to this person, and recognizing someone are two different things. When he was given that lineup, he recognized the person that he saw that day, and that was the defendant. Which, by the way, he also says, which he wouldn't have known, that the lights to Brian's car were still on. And that, conveniently for Brian, because he changed his car for the locks to be with the 60 seconds, tells us that he was there right around the time of the gunshot. Especially because he hears it, then he sees the defendant going away, and then he makes his way back. Paul Connor was honest. He said to the second photo that he's shown when Detective Segovia goes to see him, which is not a lineup. Detective Segovia told you it was not a lineup. All he did was show it to him and just show it to him so that he could just look at it again. It was not a lineup. This is the lineup. The photos are all dark because they have to be the same. The photos here are all blue. In the other lineup were all blue because the photos all have to be the same for the particular suspect that they were looking at. Here it was Rashaun Jones. He identifies Rashaun Jones. Paul Connor testified that he was a professor and he had 20 students in his class. He said it in his testimony. There were like 20 kids in my class. This wasn't that Rashaun Jones was in his class and they maybe crossed paths. He saw him that night. Description and recognition are two different things. He recognized Rashaun Jones, who defense gets up here and says he was on the UM football team, big player. He played one game. You heard from the coach. By the way, he was given two lineups. He was given the other lineup first, and it was a lineup of also 6 black men. He doesn't identify anybody there. He says there's nobody there that matches the person I saw. He's then given the second lineup, so he looks at 12 people. And out of the 12 people, he picks out Rashaun Jones because that's the person he saw that night. Clean white smile. Nobody asked Sherry, the girl who was making out with him all the time, what his mouth looked like.
Burden shifting.
Oh. Clean white smile. Nobody asked Sherry, the girl who was making out with him all the time, what his mouth looked like.
Burden shifting.
Oh. What, logically, what would you expect? Paul Connor is walking, right? And he says the person smiled at me and walked away. What did we think that person was going to do? Hey, I just shot someone. Don't say anything. I'm going to get on my way. Of course, don't be suspicious. He's just shot somebody, walking out, making his way, and then scurrying away after the person turns away. It's not weird. He's covering his tracks. Consciousness of guilt. The defendant's behaviors. When people know that they've done nothing wrong, they don't lie, they don't hide, they don't lie about where they were. Ordinary human reactions in the context of what is going on. All of the pieces can be in a file. That is why there were cold cases. Detective Segovia told you one of his oldest cases was from 1956. All of the pieces can be there. Detectives were working on the case. Let's be very, very clear. When the judge instructs you on the law, you are going to see that time is not a defense. There is no statute of limitations for murder. I believe he did it, but I don't like the time. That is not a reasonable doubt. I believe he did it, punto.
Objection.
What?
Burden, diluting the burden.
I believe he did it, full stop.
Objection, diluting the burden.
That is an abiding conviction of guilt.
Objection.
No, it
diluting the
isn't.
burden. I have a motion.
Okay, overruled.
Time is not a defense because there is no statute of limitations to murder.
I believe he did it is not the standard. That is not how reasonable doubt works.
The facts don't change.
Oh,
Memories
Lord.
may fade, but in the end, everyone here experienced a trauma. And you want to argue the gun in the dorm room was here, he remembered the gun. He remembered the revolver. Every single witness that testified experienced a trauma. The death of Brian Pata. Whether they were a friend of Brian or a friend of both, they all as a team experienced the death of a teammate. A 22-year-old in their 20s. That is something that stays with you. The big things stay with you. There is a reason why Mike Sanders has remembered. He may not remember exactly how much money, but he remembers getting that call. And you know what? It's in the records. Is Mike lying? You are not tasked with the decision about time. You are tasked with deciding what happened on November 7, 2006. Like I said in opening, the defendant's actions paved a path. His behaviors, his timings, his communications, it is the context of all of those combined circumstances that allow you, members of the jury, to render a verdict of guilty. This is a circumstantial evidence case. We have talked about all of the pieces, right? Like a rope that is made up of many different strands. Independently, they may be nimble. But when put together, right, when put together, they form a bond, an unbreakable bond. And that is what we have. Every single piece, everything that happened, starting from 2004 all the way through and past November 7th, every road points to Rashaun Jones. He is the only person who wanted him dead.
Objection, I have a motion.
He was jealous. He didn't like him.
What was that one?
Points to Rashaun Jones. He is the only person who wanted him dead.
Objection, I have a motion.
Yeah, he's the only one who wanted him dead. So again, the state is hamstrung. They cannot bring in alternative suspect theories. They're constrained on all of these other things that we heard about in the pretrial motions. Even though we have the lead detective admitting that one of the viable suspects was mistakenly ruled out. He shouldn't have been ruled out. They mistakenly thought he was in custody at the time of the crime, and that was not true, among other theories. And yet, because they're constrained and it hasn't gotten in front of the jury, she's taking the opportunity to argue that he's the only person that had a motive or any type of beef to want Brian Pata dead. And again, I think it's problematic that we can't get into this gang fight. It might not even be that someone specifically had beef with Brian Pata. Maybe they were going after him as retaliation for something in relation to one of his family members or somebody else in his peripherals. And she's able to argue that because the defense has not been able to present it. So technically on the record, and it's just garbage. How do you defend yourself 15, 20 years later when this is the constraints you have on you? I would never want to be in this situation.
Rashaun Jones. He is the only person who wanted him dead.
Objection, I have a motion.
He was jealous. He didn't like him. It is illogical, but that is what happens when someone is faced with an insurmountable pressure. And he was in his 20s, and he did the illogical, and he did the unthinkable, and he did what he shouldn't have done. He killed someone. And members of the jury, that is why. And after all of the evidence that you have heard in this case, the state is absolutely confident that when you go back into that jury room and you review each and every single piece of evidence, including the testimony from each and every witness that took that stand, because that is all pieces of evidence. As we talked about in jury selection, physical evidence, just like testimonial evidence, the law says is weighed the same. When you take all of that, including all of the context, back into that jury room, you will render the only verdict that justice demands, and that is that the defendant is guilty of the murder of Brian Paddock. Thank you.
Man. And what was that line about they didn't ask Sherry what his mouth looked like when they were making out all the time? Like, why do you hate Sherry so much, first of all? Second of all, you had to shift your entire theory of the cell phone information and the call records from the opening statements in this case to closing because you thought you were going to say one damning thing using Sherry as the witness to get you there. But the defense got up on cross and they didn't just bow down like attorneys that were too busy to do their job or who didn't care about their client. And they actually got through and they went through the cell phone information and the call records and found out that there were attempts by Rashaun Jones to reach out to Sherry. Because they initially argued that his phone was dark that whole time and Sherry hadn't heard from him. He hadn't tried to call her, nothing. Nobody had any activity from him. And she had to change it in closing arguments because Sherry, while she was on the stand, the defense had her go through the call records and identify the different numbers. So why do you hate Sherry so much? Is it just because the defense did their job and had Sherry identify some call records that you were hoping you didn't have to pay attention to yourself? Did you do the work to properly know your evidence? And if you did do the work, why did you start off in openings with the theory that you had? But anyway, she said that nasty side remark about like, oh, they're making out. They didn't ask them about their mouth. Who cares? They still asked Bruce about it. And Bruce said his teeth were a different description than what this eyewitness who says this guy, he had all white teeth. Like, if that's the description that your very reliable star witness eyewitness gave, the defense has a right to contradict things that don't make sense about that description in relation to their own client. It's just, and like all the things that we read in the pretrial motions, like I have this feeling that, I don't know where it was like a notice of intent they filed for a business record. Let's see what the most recent one, maybe it was this one. Yeah, so this is new. This is after the trial we just watched ended. This just happened on April 30th. The state files notice of intent to rely on a business record. The business record is records from the University of Miami related to Rashaun Jones' drug testing. So I think their theory at a retrial is going to focus more on his use of drugs. But why didn't you already, like, why wouldn't this be relevant by the time you're going through the first trial? Why are you circumventing it? And I'm wondering if the next trial we're going to see some theory where he was mad about something in relation to drugs, in relation to Brian Padda. And they're going to try to toe the line and do it without introducing character evidence about Padda. But like, why are we having this notice of intent for a second trial when this is something that you obviously should have been able to obtain and use or evaluate, whatever, as part of the early investigation and any time that the ASA wanted to look at this case? So I don't know what their theory is going to switch to next time around. There's been a lot going on. Also, there was a small docket update. I can't see the decision, but we do some of the motion to compel today at the hearing. It says denied and granted in part. That could mean anything with this judge, and there were several motions to compel. They're looking to compel testimony from George French Jones, the person who claims that Rashaun Jones confessed to them, that the state suddenly didn't want to call as a witness anymore because he said, if you put me on the stand, I'll blow up your case. And they made it seem like it was a physical threat, like a violent threat. When I think any reasonable person would take "I'll blow up your case if you put me on the stand" to mean I'm going to say something you don't want me to say. They had a motion to compel for Segovia. They had some stuff for Segovia and Brady Giglio material. And we're going to read these in full in another stream. But just so you know, like, some of this contentiousness that's erupting in closing arguments, the defense team is still fighting, and there's new stuff that's coming out that's even worse. Even worse. Lead detective on social media with a burner account commenting during the trial about witness credibility, calling Sherry a liar on social media accounts that are tied back to his IP address. So they want to redepose him. That should be fun. Oh man, it's gonna be, there's just a lot. So I will look to see what that order is. Anyway, back to the footage. After this bit, what was next in the playlist? This is a clip of just rebuttal, clipped separately. And then after the jury deliberates, I think they deliberated for 6 hours total.
Thank you. You may be seated. For the record, the defendant, his attorneys, and the state are all present. So we have another note from the jurors. It says, after additional discussion amongst all jurors, we are still deadlocked. Okay, so we will bring them out and announce a hung jury, and then I'll read them their instructions. Do you have the certificates?
I do, Judge. One second.
Okay, thank you.
Richard?
Yeah. Okay, I need the jury's coming out. She's gotta go. No, that way, please, that way.
No, I know, just 1 second.
The jurors are coming out. Ma'am, I need you out. Oh my goodness. Okay.
What?
Go.
Look at his face. He's like this judge too.
Coming out. She's gotta go.
Woke him up.
No, that way, please, that way.
No, I know, just 1 second.
The jurors are coming out. Ma'am, I need you out. Oh my goodness. Okay. Go. You can bring them now. Sorry for that.
All rise for the jury.
All jurors are present.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've received your note indicating that you continue to be deadlocked, and so at this time I will declare a mistrial and a hung jury. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for many centuries our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized, for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. You are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations. You are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might want to find fault with you, from the media, from the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as jurors. So I thank you. I know it's been a long couple of weeks. I know you all put your heart and soul into it, and you were here for very long hours listening to all of the evidence, so we appreciate your work. Now that means that you are released and you are able to speak about anything you'd like to, but remember, you don't have to speak to anyone if it makes you feel uncomfortable. I have a certificate for each of you for your service. You can hang it up on your wall, and I'll bring them over to you. Mr. Kaptowski, thank you for your service. Ms. Brown, thank you again for your service. Thank you. Ms. Jimenez. Ms. Shakeman. Mr. Shakeman. I keep saying yours because my friend's name. And Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for your service. You are all released. Have a great afternoon.
All rise for the jury. Follow me.
Now we get the feet.
All right, thank you. You may be seated. So what I'll do is ask Eric to put this on calendar for tomorrow so everyone can look at their schedules to see when we retry the case. Okay, just look for some dates in the next couple of weeks. All right? Huh? Not for that.
Your Honor, there's a couple things we were hoping we could address now.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Crazy. Whew. And then let's see.
Exclusive insight
Oh, that was a bit loud. Sorry.
into a stunning twist in the trial of Rashaun Jones, a judge declaring a mistrial and a hung jury. And tonight we're hearing from one of those jurors. The family of his football teammate Brian Pata now forced to wait yet again for justice nearly 2 decades after his death. Local 10's Leanne Motorhon spoke to that juror by phone. She's live with what that juror says happened over
Shout
2
out,
days
Leanne.
of deliberations. Leanne?
Nicole, this juror tells me that deliberations in this group were not contentious, that they worked well together, that they spoke to each other cordially, that they took copious notes and knew what was at stake. This juror also tells me that they felt for Brian Pata's family, but that ultimately there was one juror in the group who wanted to convict Rashaun Jones. The rest were leaning towards acquittal.
And so at this time, I will declare a mistrial and a hung jury.
Tonight, we hear exclusively from the trial of Rashaun Jones and was part of each a unanimous verdict. Jones was accused of the 2006 murder of his Miami Hurricanes football teammate Brian Pata. The juror, who spoke to Local 10 by phone and asked not to be identified, said that after the first 6 hours of deliberation, the split on Thursday was 5 not guilty to 1 guilty. After returning again this morning, the split was, quote, 3-1 in favor of acquittal, and 2 could have gone either way. When asked about the single juror who was in favor of convicting Jones, this juror said that person had a, quote, gut feeling that he was guilty. And when asked to elaborate on these feelings Monday, would, quote, not engage in that discussion. The anonymous juror.
So this is exactly why it's problematic and not permissible. It should not have been allowed. For the state to get up there in rebuttal closing, when they get the last word, to get up there and say, if you believe, that's enough.
Also tells me of their private discussions, it was, quote, a lot of discussion, a lot of details, talking through it, everything we heard and saw. The challenge we had is that we didn't see enough. There was not enough from the state. Adding there was, quote, a lot of speculation and so many gaps in their circumstantial case. The outcome means a case that's been up in the air for 20 years will continue to be for a little longer.
Mr. Jones continues to be presumed innocent. We will be back to fight this again at the next trial.
It's physically wearing on everybody, but we also know that we have to be resilient. We have to continue to move forward, and we will.
That juror also told me that they wanted to hear more from Detective Dominguez. That is a detective who had this case for 15 years until the cold case squad took it over and then moved to arrest Rashaun Jones. This juror also told me they would have wanted to hear from Jada Brody. This was a woman who was Brian Pata's girlfriend and allegedly caused friction between Rashaun Jones and Brian Pata. Again, these are all things that the jurors did not hear from and would have liked to. As far as
they want Jada Brody, who didn't testify. They want Dominguez, who didn't testify. And they had some thoughts about Segovia. Maybe she'll say them here. Let's see.
Whether the state will continue to pursue this, all signs point to yes. It's not a matter of if, but when, and we could get a better idea of when this case can be tried again at a hearing tomorrow. Reporting in Miami, Leanne Morejon, Local 10 News.
So retrial was supposed to start today. They pushed it back to September. Right now it's September 14th. But if you're watching this late, maybe that date will change. We'll see. Trial was supposed to restart today. And they pushed back because the defense filed a bunch of motions, necessary motions, and the judge screamed at them at one of the hearings for filing these motions past the deadline, even though they're dealing with issues that didn't arise until after the deadline. There's another article here with a little bit about the jury. So we've got 5-1 jury vote. The juror told NBC6 the 6 members were all very attentive. Some had a hard time believing prosecutors proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The juror told NBC6 that on the first day of deliberations, the group ended the day with 5 of them wanting to acquit, while the remaining juror planned to vote guilty. Jurors decided to come back after the weekend to continue deliberating. However, on Monday, jurors were unable to reach a unanimous verdict. The juror also told NBC6 they found the lead detective in the case, Juan Segovia, to be arrogant while on the stand, and that his investigation appeared incomplete. So they were sus. Segovia came off as sus to them, and we only got to see a clip. And I watched that little clip of Segovia with you with the context of everything from the pretrial motions, which the jury didn't get to do that deep dive. They're not supposed to treasure trove through the case. So I had a bias, I had an anchor with that context while we watched that little clip of Segovia. So I think it's really interesting that, hey, even though we didn't get to see how his whole testimony was, it seems like they had some red flags going off about him. So a little bit again in this article, tiny bit, but I think it's helpful context. There was also one other clip I found of the cell phone expert. And this is just delicious, you guys. This is just delicious. Let's hear what this cell phone expert that the state called. And this is why we had some of the arguments from the state in closing. They're relying on this expert witness. I want you guys to put on your cell phone tower expert hat and tell me what's wrong with the statement we're going to hear. So we've got really 30 seconds. If I can learn how to copy and paste a link. Okay. Nope, I lied. Okay, I have the wrong link. Give me 1 second, I'll get it together.
Now at 5, closing statements are underway in the murder trial of Rashaun Jones. The ex-University of Miami football player is accused of killing former teammate Brian Pata nearly 20 years ago. CBS News Miami's Yvonne Taylor is your reporter live in Miami this evening. Yvonne, what was said today in court?
Well, Jim, I can start by telling you that the trial may be about to end. But first, we're going to hear from the last 2 witnesses presented by the state.
The pathway of the bullet through Mr. Pata's body was from his left side.
Dr. Emma Liu, forensic pathologist for Miami-Dade's medical office, conducted the autopsy of 22-year-old Brian Pata. He was shot in the head and killed on November 7, 2006, outside of his home in Kendall. Using a mannequin, Dr. Liu described where the bullet hit him.
Slightly front to back and slightly upward in his body.
The victim's family was in the courtroom. Some of them closed their eyes as they listened. The weapon used in the crime was never found.
There's nothing about the trajectory of the bullet or anything else that you observed during your autopsy that can tell you the position of the shooter at the time that Brian Pata was shot.
That is correct.
Detective Juan Segovia, who took the lead on the case in 2020 but worked on it back in 2006 when Pata was killed, testified on Tuesday. He said cell phone records placed the defendant near the Kendall murder scene. Wednesday, Sergio Cremicini, a phone expert from Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office and
Listen
a witness
closely.
from the state, said he worked on 2006 records of Rashaun Jones' cell phone and alleged calls traced to his number with 2 phone towers.
Given the fact that Tower 142 is so close to the crime scene, then I would expect somebody that is at the crime scene.
Defense
Is that how it works? Is that how it works? And we can do a visual for some aid here. These are the 2 cell phone towers that are really relevant to the issues here. So 206 is where Rashaun Jones' residence is and where his phone is most of the day. He has 3 pings throughout the day, 3 hours before and 2 hours after the time of the crime. 3 pings total out of all of the pings that pick up on this tower down here. This cell phone tower happens to be located close to the Colony Apartments. That's what this pin is. This is the cell phone tower. This is the pin of the Colony Apartments. Same thing. This is the cell phone tower. And this is the, I forget what it's called. Bayou, Bell, something with a B, where Rashaun lives. Let's listen to his statement again. Let's run that back real quick.
Towers.
Given the fact that Tower 142 is so close to the crime scene, then I would expect somebody that is at the crime scene.
Defense attorney made sure location did not leak.
And we don't get to see the whole thing, but then the defense ends up crossing him to correct whatever impression this gave. But it seems to me like he's giving the impression that because the tower is so close to the crime scene that if somebody hits on the tower, they're at the crime scene. And then we're going to have the defense correct this. And I wish we had the full footage, but we don't.
Link his client to the crime.
Simply because his phone connected to Tower 142 at 3:55 p.m., like you said, that doesn't mean that he's at the crime scene or in close proximity to the crime scene, correct?
I wouldn't be able to say that he was explicitly standing at the crime scene, no.
Rashaun Jones.
And you see how he has his own wording, his way to word that. He's saying it's like the same thing with the eyewitness where he's like, I say I'm 90% sure, but that's because I think nothing can ever be 100%. So in effect, 90% is my version of being 100% sure. This guy goes up there, well, I couldn't say that explicitly. He was physically standing there, but that's what I'm trying to imply. That's how I read how this state's witness is trying to over-represent what this cell phone tower information is telling us. And again, the pings that connect to that tower, 355. That's long before the 6:45 to 7:07 window. And then he's not over pinging on that tower for 2 hours after that point either. And he's also, it's not like his phone's not picking up anywhere. He's pinging on his home tower in between those times. Multiple pings. So, and again, they live closer together. I think it's so significant that they live in a mile, 1.2 miles apart. And then the University of Miami is farther away from how, they're not that far from each other. The campus is farther away from either of them than they are from each other. So if you're driving around, if all your friends live around here, or you're going to go get something to eat, or you're just taking a drive, these are the roads you're going to be on. So if you want to get on US 1, you're probably going to pick up onto this tower. So I don't know. There is a little bit of debate on reasonable doubt, but pretty much the only thing higher, as a legal standard, is proof evident presumption great, which is 99.9999999% sure, like pretty much an absolute certainty with a grossly sufficient amount of proof to demonstrate it. Not just that there aren't other reasonable conclusions that you've eliminated, but that there's beyond sufficient proof to support it. And then you've got reasonable doubt right below it. So to me, reasonable doubt is 99%. Sure, there's some wiggle room there, but there's been attorneys that have argued, reasonable doubt's like 60%, and they've gotten overturned on courts of appeals, finding that that was an error to instruct the jury on. So, yeah, do with that what you will. I wasn't in the Zoom. Judge CRISTINA, I was in the Zoom for all of the other calendar call, and then as soon as they completed all of the other cases and were starting Rashaun's, Judge CRISTINA ended the Zoom. She said, all right, I'm shutting down the meeting. And I have a screenshot of the Zoom ending, but there was a camera in the gallery, so I hope someone has footage. What gave me some concern is I also saw all the news stations in the Zoom. So to me, I think the news stations that can be in the courtroom in person, maybe they were all under the impression that they could watch this through the Zoom as well, and I don't know if the guy recording is prepared to record the whole thing and if we'll end up getting full footage of the hearing. So I don't have any answers on what happened aside from just we saw a quick mention of a motion to compel granted and denied in part. So somebody at the hearing, the court clerk, noted at 11:43 that at least one of the issues, it's denied and granted in part. I can't see any more than that, but maybe we'll find out. And then there is also this order authorizing defense to incur costs. I don't know if this was necessarily brought up at the hearing, but it does seem like the defense needs the transcript from the May 7th hearing, where I believe that's the hearing where the judge was yelling at the defense. And my guess is that this is going to be supplemented to the motion to disqualify the judge. We're going to do a stream where we go over that hearing and these these post-trial motions. So that'll be the next session I think that we do. We're going to listen to one of the plea colloquies in full, where they also heard some motions. That plea colloquy it was before this trial happened, but we're going to work backwards. We're going to listen to that in the context of knowing that a jury wanted to acquit 5-1. And then we'll get into the status hearing on the 7th and all of these motions. It's going to have to be 2 sessions, though. Some of these motions have so many exhibits attached to them that it's going to take more than 1 session to read through. But there's a lot in here just from what I've skimmed. And this case is bearing down on me. I'm thinking about it like when I'm done streaming and I'm supposed to do other work, I'm only thinking about this case still. I don't think that this is how we should try old cases. I think it's very disappointing that this is how we investigated a case. But you can't just because we wish the investigation was better, we can't just try to puff up the prosecution to fill in gaps for a crappy investigation where we didn't even follow up with interviews for the last people to see Brian Pata alive. I have very big questions, and it's an argument the defense was making. Where are the records for Brian Pata's phone? Why didn't they bring that in? And some trials I'll watch, I'll hear things like that, and I'm like, well, they ruled it out. They determined it wasn't relevant, and the defense is just trying to say what they can say to help their client in this specific regard. But whatever, it was actually ruled out. It was vetted. In some cases, and very much so this one as an example, I think there's a ton of weight to that criticism. The idea that we've seen so many instances where these detectives, we even have an admission that they mistakenly ruled somebody out that wasn't actually ruled out. They weren't in custody at the time of the crime. So they didn't actually have an alibi. It still could have been them. And that person had violent history. Who knows? Who knows what the other things that made them a suspect were? But they were improperly and mistakenly ruled out. So when I hear a defense attorney in that context asking the question of, well, why didn't they look at you didn't get to see the records from the victim's phone, and he had 2 phones. So did we even look at the records for one of the phones? Did we look for both? Are we getting these Nextel beeps? Are we checking all of those communications? And based on the way they handled Sherry's cell phone records, where it seems like they had no clue what was going on in her records until they were forced to after the defense pointed out key details, I don't think they vetted the other available phone records in the case. And so I just have no confidence in the investigation, and you cannot go back 15, 20 years and hit a reset button and do it better. And then we heard the statistic at the beginning of the stream that when Juan Segovia becomes the lead detective on the Brian Padda case, there's 10,000 other cold cases sitting unresolved at the Miami Sheriff's Office. That's really disappointing. That is really disappointing. And again, the only reason we're here, in my opinion, and I think it's also the opinion of a lot of people who followed this case from before I heard about it, is that ESPN, the journalists at ESPN, kind of like put fire to ass, quite frankly, with the family advocating for, we heard that the family was calling the investigators every week, calling the police every week. Do you have any updates? Are you doing anything? What are you doing? So the family's been advocating. The family started advocating to ESPN as well, and ESPN took the investigative charge. But without that, I mean, this would be 10,001. I think it is still 10,001. But it's like 10,001. It's just not quite as cold as the other 10,000 because it had this extra light from the advocacy. And I think that's so disappointing. Like, and maybe things are better now, 15, 20 years later. Maybe we try a little harder. Because it seems like these detectives, Juan Segovia, spends more time, his interest is tooting his own horn on social media, if that's his burner account, then he really does doing investigative work, follow-ups, the things that can make a difference. So I don't know, this is a case that is on my top list of cases that piss me off. So, and you guys have gotten to see the full evolution. You guys have watched me get to this point. But yeah, it is. It's like, what are they doing over there? What are they doing? Brooklyn for the transcripts, because he's indigent, they have to apply every time they need the transcripts. They have to let the court know that they need to bill for certain costs, and then the court approves it. So, and typically the court won't deny requests for transcripts, although I'm sure it happens. But so far in this case, as much as I'm criticizing the judge, she's not denying any of these requests for transcripts that I've seen. And it gets sent over to JAC, which is the Judicial something commission. I always forget what it stands for. But they handle like the bookkeeping and accounting and the fund disbursement for indigent clients, indigent dependents. So yeah, I don't think you can trust any of the investigation here. And I think there are people that mean well in the investigation, but they're given an assignment and their role in it was minimal. Their role was isolated, or like nobody did anything with the records that they turned over, right? So even the investigators that did the job they were supposed to do, it's like their notes are missing anyway. And now it's 20 years later, they don't remember. And it makes sense that they don't remember. It's 20 years. But it would help if the record keeping was there. Why are we hearing about destroyed cassette tapes that nobody can find? Like, there we go. Factual Eye is on it. Says Judicial Appointments Commission. I was like, is it assistants? I don't know if it's really that word. Judicial assistant sounds like, the staff that sits in the courtroom. So thank you so much, Factual Eye. FFS, what comment, FFS? Okay. FFS says, so our local police department can ping your location within 5 feet, literally 5 feet firsthand knowledge. Why are others having such wide radius? They can't say with certainty. So, well, remember they're dealing with 2G back in this time period, and then they're dealing with the aftermath records. I also have questions on whether or not they, like the records that we're hearing about, some of the Verizon records, because we heard that some of the devices relating to Rashaun Jones are Verizon, but I think there were 9 phone numbers, like 9 numbers, 9 accounts, maybe overlapping, that were purportedly all Verizon accounts. And Verizon themselves said they couldn't authenticate these records. They didn't have these records in their system. And the defense was fighting on it, saying like, look, the only basis that we have that this is supposed to be a correct business record is the state's representation. And we have the custodian saying they cannot say that these are true and accurate business record, which means they shouldn't be able to just be admitted under the business records exception rule. They need other authentication. And I'm sure that was overruled because we heard about that information coming in at trial. But that's another issue of something being 15, 20 years old, and not just it being 15 or 20 years old. It's not like Verizon's shut down, but it makes me wonder if they properly obtained all of the records they needed to back then, or when they got these records. Did they get these records in like 2016? Did they get them in 2006? So I don't know. While I do think it could be compelling, if we knew exactly how they ruled other people out, and I think this is why the jury wanted to hear from Dominguez. Being able to hear from Dominguez would probably give clarity to the jury on, did they really rule people out? And we can see that there is actually not reasonable doubt, or at least not that much reasonable doubt. Maybe more of us will lean towards convicting. Or is this going to be the same thing? Is there a reason they didn't call Dominguez? Is it going to be worse when we hear from Dominguez? And again, would that move that one juror that just had a gut feeling? From what we saw, we had Segovia pointing the finger, blaming Dominguez for not turning over a complete case file. Dominguez says he turns over everything in his case file. So I have a feeling that getting Dominguez on the stand might not help answer questions. But if that question is, did Dominguez do a better job and we just didn't get to hear it? Maybe that could have satisfied something for the jurors who were just looking to get over the hurdle, the high burden of reasonable doubt. I don't know. But I'm always interested in watching a retrial, right? We got through everything we could find for trial one. I'll keep looking for other clips. So anytime I see a clip that I couldn't find, if I find it later, we'll throw it in one of the future sessions on this case. But whenever we get to the next trial, I hope there's cameras. I would imagine like Law and Crime, Court TV will continue to try to put up the clips of testimony, even if they can't stream live. I'm only like 3.5 hours away. I would go to this trial. I would go to the retrial if there's not going to be any media access. And you'd have to rely on my word to report from you, but I promise I'll take good notes. And I won't be mad if you think, well, Kat's taking notes because she has her frame of mind in a certain position anyway, and maybe her notes are a little slanted. That's fine if you make that assessment. I promise I'll still try to take detailed notes in either direction, though. But yeah, God's Devil Dog's like, I feel confident we could probably solve these cold cases better than they can. And I think there's been times where, as much as like rumors can fly crazy on the internet sometimes, I still think there's a good amount of situations where the internet, like sleuths on the internet, have found something and uncovered something that was viable or that showed that something was entirely wrong. So you never know, God's Devil Dog. You could do it. You could do it. So Dominguez was at some point begging for like the tips and leads, and then they were like, oh, we're getting too many leads. Stop sending leads. So it was like, which one is it? There was one other thing. I don't remember. Oh, yeah. I wanted to replay the quick burden shifting, which I'm sure you guys are going to be thrilled to hear twice. But this is, think of that juror saying they were stuck. They just believed that he did it. I'm telling you, they felt like, because you have someone that works for the government, and some people might put some trust into that, different than I would, because I look at this as the government having the burden. But others might say they wouldn't have brought this case if they didn't have the right guy, especially if they waited 20 years. If they were just trying to get somebody, they would have just got somebody 20 years ago. But since they waited, there's just something we don't know, but they really have the right guy. They wouldn't do this otherwise. And then they say something like this.
When the judge instructs you on the law, you are going to see that time is not a defense. There is no statute of limitations for murder. I believe he did it, but I don't like the time. That is not a reasonable doubt. I believe he did it, punto.
Objection.
Burden, diluting the burden.
I believe he did it, full stop.
Objection, diluting the burden.
That is an abiding conviction of guilt.
Objection, diluting the burden. I have the motion.
Okay, overruled.
Time is not a defense because there is no statute of limitations to murder. The facts don't change. Memories may fade, but in the end, everyone here experienced a trauma. And you want to argue the gun in the dorm room was here, he remembered the gun. He remembered the revolver. Every single witness that testified experienced a trauma. The death of Brian Paddock. Whether they were a friend of Brian or a friend of both, they all as a team experienced the death of a teammate. A 22-year-old in their 20s. That is something that stays with you. The big things stay with you. There is a reason why Mike Sanders has remembered. He may not remember exactly how much money, but he remembers getting that call. And you know what? It's in the records. Is Mike lying? You are not tasked with the decision about time. You are tasked with deciding what happened on November 7th, 2006.
Which we can't really adequately determine because of time. And then I did a tally. So my quick notes here, the state's closing, there were 5 objections, 0 were overruled. And my counts aren't perfect, guys. I tune out. Sometimes I just like tune out an attorney giving an objection and don't even hear it. Just like the judge tuned it out for one of the occasions. During the defense's closing, we had 9 objections, 8 were sustained, 4 requests to strike from the record, all 4 were granted. And then we also had the I think it might have been more than 9, it might have been 10. We also had the objection to the poster for reasonable doubt. And after the defense tried to argue a little bit, they just said, all right, we're just not even going to use it. So they did concede, they did like withdraw the attempt to use a demonstrative, but they did try to fight it with no luck. And then for the state's rebuttal, 11 objections, 0 sustained, and the defense said they had 4 motions, which I'm assuming were mistrial motions of some kind on different bases. So I thought that breakdown was interesting. And again, I am pretty anti-prosecution in this case. And I've seen people before I got to watch the trial and do the deep dive. I did see reactions to viral moments in this trial. It wasn't quite as viral as a lot of other trials. But there are a lot of people that are like, wow, why are they even objecting? This defense team sucks. I don't think that these objections were bad objections. I think the problem here is actually that 0 have been sustained. Absolutely 0 have been sustained for the defense. Meanwhile, almost every objection was sustained for the state. And sometimes that is because of the way somebody's objecting. Like Darrell Brooks. Like he's just going to object to everything. It's going to be overruled. This wasn't that. This wasn't that. And I think this is a stark illustration of judicial bias here. It looks like I didn't see that the second motion to disqualify had ended, but I will keep checking on that. It seems like they're still fighting something with the judge. We know that the first 2 decisions were denied by the judge. The first one was appealed to the Court of Appeals, and the Court of Appeals didn't want to step in, didn't want to hear it. So don't know what's going on with the second one though. But that's it. That takes us to the end of our trial 1. We saw a little bit about the aftermath with the jury. The next session we do is going to focus on, again, we're going to loop back to that plea deal because I think that's going to be interesting to hear in the context of knowing the jury wanted to acquit, right? Part of taking a plea is, you know, if you were to take this to trial, this is the evidence that the state would show. You're supposed to have access to your discovery when you're making a decision to take or reject a plea, or just simply plea on the record, guilty or not guilty. You're supposed to have access to most, if not all, of the available discovery to make an informed decision about what the state could reasonably present and prove against you at trial, right? Because part of deciding whether to take a plea is, even if I want to maintain my innocence, I understand that this is the evidence against me, and I don't want to take that risk. I don't want to take that gamble. And you can't really make that decision if you have no idea what the state has. right? So a major part of discovery isn't just your ability to defend yourself. It's also about making a decision whether or not you want to take it to trial or take a deal. So I think it'll be interesting to hear that now that we know that most of the jury wanted to acquit. And the one that didn't want to acquit, it was on feelings. But 5 out of the 6, we know there was an evidence problem. They didn't think the evidence was sufficient. So, and it seems like 1 or 2 of the jurors, based on the breakdown, might have believed actual innocence, that somebody else should have done this, and we just don't know who. So that's what we'll do next session at 5:15 p.m. Eastern today, guys. If you're watching this live, really looking forward to a conversation. It was something that Justice and Lisa set up with the Florida defense team, one of the best channels out here for case updates. And maybe they'll do something on this case. I think they said they're looking at it. But if you want to tune in at 5:15 p.m., an hour from now, we're going to be doing a death penalty Q&A. So Julia Yackel, incredible career history. She's been doing like capital defense work at the trial level and then moved into the appeals work, became a mitigation specialist, is kind of a forerunner, I think, on mental mitigation, and just has a depth of knowledge. There's been some high profile cases that she's been part of as part of the advocacy team. She's written to SCOTUS to try to argue for mental mitigation for different inmates who are facing execution. And then we've got Lisa Figueroa, who I think a lot of you are more familiar with, a board certified criminal defense attorney from Florida. And she's tried over 100 cases at the trial level, and most of them have been victories. So a lot of people know her from YouTube. I don't think a lot of people know her success as an attorney, but she's going to be here like as our trial attorney, helping me ask some questions from our expert that we're going to bring on today, hosted over on this channel here. So I'm so excited for that. I think it's going to be very informative and very helpful in the context, the aftermath of the jury's recommendation in the Julio Folio 4 trial. So Adventure Aaron says I'm #1 fan. Let's fight, guys. It's a great channel, you guys. So if you don't know Lisa, I think a lot of you do. I shouldn't assume all of you do. If you don't know Lisa, come meet her tonight. You will love her. And she has her own channel, so you can follow her content. Like, she posts several videos a week. And then, I don't know, maybe we should convince Juliet she's got to do a channel too, so we can put the pressure on. So looking forward to that, you guys. And if you skip that, we'll get together. I got to do like day job work tomorrow, so I don't know if I can do session 6 right away. But like maybe by Wednesday, we'll start going through the next stuff in Rashaun Jones' case. So, not to sound excited about a death penalty panel because the subject matter is kind of crazy, but I'm so excited to have expertise and insights. I love learning about this stuff. So hope to see you guys there. Hope to see you guys next time, if not. And you guys all take care. Thank you so much for watching Trial 1 with us. And we'll keep on keeping on to see how this case goes. Bye, guys.